Ladies and gentlemen, normally I'd say, no need for an introduction, but let's actually talk about this. It's true. There's one negative we're not giving this game, and that's the single save negative for one of the only times ever. Savor that. Satoshi Tajiri is a name you've probably heard of when it comes to Pokemon. He was one of the biggest pushers behind Pokemon as a concept. And Trafen interrupted my speech. Now I gotta write that down. Hang on. Warrior 5 Mercenaries. Factorio. Metroid Prime 4. Thank you, Trafen. As always. Tajiri, he was a really big fan of a lot of things. You've probably heard the bug catching story, which you may not have heard is the Dragon Quest story, of which there's like 3, but I'll try to truncate here. He was a huge fan of the Dragon Quest series, and, I mean, a lot of people were actually a really big fan of the Dragon Quest series back in the day. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm only going to give kind of a glance over of the behind the scenes of this, because yeah, we actually have tons of receipts for the making of Pokemon. We have fully reverse engineered all of the extra data, all of the leftover stuff that was never actually put into the game. We actually have original design documents. Like, we have tons of info. So I'm just going to kind of gloss over some of what I think is the most interesting stuff. Anyways, he was a big fan of Dragon Quest. A lot of them were. And they did this nice little initial pitch. And the initial pitch was like, hey, what's up? We want to make this game. And the Nintendo executives were like, and Jesus Christ, sir, I can't get away from it. I'm never going to be able to give my speech. It's okay. I accept it. Tokyo Extreme Racer, Halo, SPV3, and Naruto. Thank you for being part of the show, Czar. So, Dragon Quest IV had just come out. And by this point in time, a lot of the developers at Game Freak, who actually had made quite a few games before Pokemon, had been nothing big, nothing you've ever even heard of, right? It's just tiny little side stuff. But he really, really wanted to push out this idea that had been bouncing around his head for a while. It's actually 2 separate game ideas he had. One was directly inspired by Dragon Quest II. The other was directly inspired by the bug collecting thing. I'm not even going to talk about the bug collecting. Everybody knows about the bug collecting thing. So I'm not even going to mention that. He was into bugs. We get it. Moving on. But he was also really into Dragon Quest II. And so he was actually playing Dragon Quest II with a friend of his. And his friend successfully managed to grab several, more than one, of a very rare drop off of an enemy that he wouldn't got. And he made an offhanded comment that, man, I really wish that we could somehow trade the item. And he's like, well, why can't we? Because these are game developers. These are people actually in the industry. So they both were like, they looked into it. They tried to figure out how to jury rig a way to transfer from the Famicom, one Famicom to the other. And they failed, obviously. They didn't come up with anything. But it was something that just kind of sparked something in the back of the brain there. So he always wanted some kind of a trading-centered game. Something really, really focused on the concept of trading. Then the Game Boy was being workshopped around Nintendo. Now, let's get something out of the way. I have heaped a tremendous amount of disdain on the original Game Boy. But almost all of that is due to the fact that it's an old system, right? The fact of the matter is the original Game Boy was an engineering marvel. There's a reason why Game Boys still work today. They were, if anybody who knows this, from an engineering perspective, from a constructive perspective, Game Boys were built really, really well. It is shocking how much time and effort was spent into them. And I can't remember his name, the gentleman who actually was the most credited with the invention of the Game Boy did some real work on that thing. So, Game Boy came out, and it was just like, oh, this is a whole thing. Oh my god. What do we do with this? How do we make this work? Oh, we've got this trading cable, and the trading cable is going to allow us to like fight other players. And Tajiri saw that because, again, he was with Game Freak and he was in the Nintendo offices periodically, and he was like, that's it. That's how we make our trading game work. And he and his close group of friends at Game Freak sat down and figured out a way to combine his trading game with the bug catching game. And then he made his pitch to Nintendo. And Nintendo said, huh? By every account I've read, including one by Miyamoto and Iwata, the Nintendo executives couldn't even understand the pitch. For a little bit of perspective, you have to understand that when the Game Boy first came out, it was considered that only action games could really do anything on the Game Boy. Because, now, there's actually a reasoning behind this, believe it or not. It's because the Game Boy was supposed to be handheld, was specifically targeted at children, so like only kid games are supposed to be on it, and it had a limited battery life, because you had to shove batteries into it to keep it working. So they wanted games that were like 15, 10, 20, 30, 1 hour long games, right? Instead of, you know, an RPG. So the initial pitch, they were just like, yeah, also Tetris, which is absolutely a kid's game. Let's just be honest with ourselves. It also fulfills all the requirements I just mentioned. Tetris is not something you play for days at a time. Yes, I know the joke you're about to make. It's still true. So, the Nintendo staff said no. But one gentleman who happened to be in the meeting pulled aside Tajiri and said, hey, I really like your game idea. Let's work with it. And so Miyamoto worked with him, and the two of them actually became collaborators on what would eventually become Pokemon for years, actually. So Game Freak stalled all development of everything else and just started working full-time on their game. I'm going to skip over a lot here, because Pokemon Gen 1 was in development for 6 years in the 90s. To put that into a bit of perspective, 6 years now would be a long development time. Final Fantasy VI took about 11 months. This game took absolutely forever to make, and they just kept running into walls and had no idea what they were doing, and there was just all sorts of issues, putting it towards Darkest Dungeon, putting it towards Evil Genius 2, and Wrath of the Righteous. All of that stuff. Thank you very much, Dr. Doctor. It was insane, and none of those were there originally, Darkrai. But Darkrai is, of course, trying to get ahead of me, as Darkrai wants to do. There was actually a very specific game that actually proved to be a bit of a boon to the development, because there were several times where they thought about just straight up canceling. It's worth noting Game Freak faced bankruptcy more than once in the development of this game, because they were not making money. Like, they were just... In fact, Tajiri himself actively went without any pay whatsoever for years, and just lived with his father, and his father's income paid the bills. That's the level of financial destitution they were at while making this game. But anyways, like Darkrai mentioned, there's a game that came out from Square, which was called Saga. Over here we call it Final Fantasy Legends 1. And that was actually a really big boon, because it sold pretty well, and led to the Saga series. And of course, that also would later lead to the Mana series and some other stuff. But the point is, Saga was a proof of concept that an RPG could work on the Game Boy, and it could sell. So a lot of people who were flagging, both internally with regards to morale, and the executives who were getting hesitant on the project, were rejuvenated. It's like, okay, no, this can actually work. We can actually make this. Let's do this. This is a good time to mention really quick, just an aside, just funny little anecdotes here. I know creator intent doesn't necessarily count for anything, but I find it funny that Tajiri was actually adamant about the fact that there would be no violence, no bleeding, and no killing in his game. In his own words, he thought that gaming had plenty of that already, and he didn't want more of that in his game, which I find hysterical, because even Gen 1 has reference to a war. But the fact remains that that is the attitude and mentality that Pokemon has had pretty much ever since, and frankly, I'm with that. And every time someone tries to do the stupid joke, which is totally a bannable offense, by the way, about how awful and evil and horrible the setting is, you're dumb. Moving on. So, there's all sorts of details here. Tons and tons of things, like the original 190 Pokemon was a thing. Professor Oak is actually a fully programmed fight in the game. There's some weird glitch. Like, the game is incredibly buggy, because nobody has any idea. Nobody had any idea what they were doing, and we're developing this game over 6 years for a system they barely knew. But here's the thing, you're probably thinking to yourself, hold on. 6 years, especially back in the day, is actually a pretty long development cycle. Which means that the Game Boy surely was on its way out, right? Yes. In fact, the Game Boy Color came out in '98, for a bit of perspective. 8 years later. So, this is actually fascinating to me. The Game Boy was kind of flagging. And there were sincere talks in the Nintendo offices to just walk away from it. It's like, well, we made our sales. The Game Boy was cool and all. It made its splash. But, like, we're good, right? No reason to push forward any. There were some people who wanted to do a slightly better version of Game Boy, which was the Game Boy Color. But everyone was like, no, that's just not worth the effort. Nobody's buying Game Boys. Then Pokemon Red and Gold, or Red and Blue and Green came out. And all of a sudden, Game Boys were flying off the shelves to the point where they actually were having stock issues. So the Game Boy Color was greenlit and came out just a couple years later. Yellow later. Yellow was later. We're not talking about yellow. Yellow has nothing to do with this. The other funny thing is Nintendo had almost no faith in this game. Now you're probably thinking, oh, so what they would do is they would just kick it out the door and say, screw it, right? No. This is hilarious to me. Nintendo had so little faith in the game that they marketed the crap out of it. That's especially true in the States, but they did this in Japan too. There was marketing everywhere about Pokemon. You couldn't escape it. Speaking from a personal perspective here in the States, Nintendo Power constantly was pushing Pokemon. And they were putting pictures, basically stills, from the anime and then turned it into a comic in Nintendo Power to make a thing. Yeah, no, they wanted to make the money. It's so logical, isn't it? Oh, we're not sure if this game will sell, so we better market it. It's just the exact opposite of how companies tend to approach things nowadays. It's really funny to me. And yeah, they made the cards, and they did a ton of things with little toys, and they did cross-branding deals and all kinds of fun stuff. Anyways, obviously the game came out in '96 and exploded. It exploded so much that people were already hearing about it outside of Japan, well before it came out outside of Japan. And that's a good thing, because it took 2 years and 7 months. 2.5 years for this game to get ported outside of Japan. Think about that for a second. And almost all of that was actual development time, by the way. That wasn't just them sitting on their hands. They wanted to push this thing outside of Japan. And they spent that entire time debugging and localizing and changing some of how the core mechanics are, all kinds of stuff. And I mention all of that especially because if you think this game is buggy, you've never played the original Japanese version. There's a reason a lot of speedrunners prefer the original Japanese version. That's because it is way, way buggier. But one other little tidbit before I move forward. I forget the name of the individual, and I didn't write it down, but one of the Nintendo of Japan representatives was actually physically meeting with one of the Nintendo of America representatives and trying to say, hey, you know, we're trying to push this thing out here. And so they were showing the Pokemon and the actual images and the games and just a lot of the stuff and just showing it to the NOA market rep. And the NOA rep said, well, this will never sell here. The Japanese guy was like, well, what do you mean? And the American guy was like, well, listen, this is America in the 90s, so it needs to have edge. It needs to have tude. We need, like, violence. We need to edge it up a bit. So the NOA guy was actively arguing that they needed to do a new sprite for each of the sprites in the game to make them a lot more edgy and violent and cool looking. The Nintendo of Japan guy said, no. And it's one of the most hilarious things I've ever read, because by all accounts, the Japan guy just paused for a moment and then just said, no. And that was it. Like, that was just the answer to that. We're good. As a result of this, and this is going to sound like I'm repeating myself, but I swear this is actually a separate, unrelated comment, Nintendo of America dumped tons of money, especially for the time. Reportedly over $50 million in marketing, just to make sure that people would be aware of Pokemon. Like I said, you know, we had the stuff into the Power. The anime by this point had already been out. So they started like translating the anime over and showcasing that and pushing that. We had the merchandising push. There was a lot of Pokemon push before the game ever actually came out over here. And of course it paid off. Of course the game sold bonkers well. After all, this is after gaming had finally exploded. This is after Doom. This is after Final Fantasy VII and the PlayStation 1. This is the point in time at which gaming had started reaching people who were not gamers. And let me tell you one little truth about Pokemon. People who are not gamers, and to define that really briefly, a gamer is someone where gaming is their primary hobby, were playing video games in the late 90s. And people who are not gamers love Pokemon. Sure, Darkrai. Oh yeah, one last little tidbit. There were some issues with sales. Just a few. Because this game came out 2 months before the Game Boy Color came out. Think about that for a second. Anyways, I do believe that's everything. Let's see how bad this is going to score, because... yeah. We will be playing as close to the original as we possibly can. Actually, no. The original reason... let's be clear. Nowadays, we know why they do the split version things. It's because they're greedy. But the original... I'm going to go ahead and pause the music. The original intent behind it was just one thing. And it was the fact that they really wanted to push this market, the trading thing. They wanted to market the trade concept. So they took the game and kind of pseudo-split it into the 2 versions, or actually 3 versions, and eventually 4 versions, so that they could really push the trading concept. Because, again, the whole point was the trading mechanic. It was considered a core mechanic of the game, and arguably still is. And you know Miyamoto. Miyamoto is really big on engineering something in the game to try and make players interact with each other. This is something that's actually a big problem in game design with games like Lost Levels and Zelda 1. So Miyamoto was all about that. And of course, obviously, they were more than happy to sell additional copies because of that, which is why it became a trend. Okay, so all of that out of the way. Let's give a negative for music immediately. No. All joking aside, I might have to adjust the volume down a little bit during this run. Oh, and you're probably wondering, why does that say 95 there? Because the game was actually originally supposed to come out in 95, and then there were issues. And then it didn't. Oh, this is probably the worst Raspberry Jam I've ever seen in gaming. So that's an easy triple when we get there. Let's look at our options. What do we got? Text speed fast, animation on, shift, we're good. Hello there. Welcome to the world of Pokemon. My name is Oak. People call me the Pokemon Professor. This world he sends out at Nidorino, or Nidorina, I forget which. This world is inhabited by creatures called Pokemon. Before anyone says it, yes, I know the cry is wrong. Everyone reports that. For some people, Pokemon are pets. Others use them for fights. Myself, I'll study Pokemon as a profession. What's your name? Oh, it actually will fit. Hang on. I mean, honestly, the fact that they have options at all in a Game Boy game says a lot about how they used to think about game design. I've actually mentioned this a few times. In many ways, console games were a lot ahead of PC games in terms of quality of life features, because they had to be. Think about the Game Boy for a second. You have 2 buttons. Technically 4. You've got your D-pad, select, start, A and B. That's it. Alright, who's going to be our rival? This is my grandson. He's been your rival since we were a baby. What's his name again? Was this the first Pokemon game I played? Yes. Let's see. What should we name her rival? Olfactory. Oh yeah, I suppose I should say thank you to everyone. Wait, no I shouldn't. It's the exact same thing as the rest of the Awful Block. But who specifically added this one? I think it was Lord Haramond, actually. Yeah, no, we all know the correct answer here. I only have one rival, and I will destroy him. That's right, I remember now. His name's Osh. Runner. A very own Pokemon legend is about to unfold. A world of dreams and adventures with Pokemon. That's good. Runner's playing the SNES. Okay, time to go. Let's save our game really quick here. Why would I ever allow that thing to be on my game, Judo Joker? Right, all boys leave home someday. It said so on TV. Professor Oak next door is looking for you. There's a movie on TV. 4 boys are walking on railroad tracks. Don't think too much about that. I'm raising Pokemon too. When they get strong, they can protect me. Man, I wish, Darkrai. Shades of your journey await. It's a reference to the movie Stand By Me. I think. Or maybe it's Lost Boys? Oh god, which movie is that? Shoot, now I don't remember. The brickwork is... better than it has any right to be for a game that started development in 1990. Let me share a little bit of a detail for you here. Once upon a time, last night, someone was asking me about this game and why I think it's going to score very badly. And I was going to like, okay, well, this game came out in 1996, but really, it feels like it came out in 1988. You can store and recall items in Pokemon as data via PC. Wow. I would never use an emulator, Elizar. But I bring that up because it actually is kind of true. Like, it is a game that feels very, very much like an NES game more than anything else. But it is still better than it could be. Like, as you can see, there is some actual brick, like literal brickwork in some of the houses, and they're distinct. And Elizar, I think you're having some kind of delusional state, okay? I need you to take a few breaths and stop doing the marijuana, okay? It's messing with your brain. So I don't want to say this game looks bad. End statement. All right, so hi, Runner. Arsh is out at Grandpa's lab. I hate that Arsh. Yeah, it looks as good as it can. There's nothing really wrong with it. Until we get to the battle sprites. I'm gonna go and be real. I actually think a lot of the battle sprites look actively bad in Gen 1. Which is doubly funny because Gen 2 almost immediately improved them. Like, seriously, look at Gen 1 versus Gen 2 sprites of the same Pokemon. Gen 2's just look better. We'll see a bit of this as we go. I study Pokemon as Professor Oak's aide. I study Pokemon as Professor Oak's aide. Oh my god, they're clones. Professor Oak is the authority on Pokemon. Many Pokemon traders hold him in high regard. You can't, Runner. Gramps isn't around. Oh, okay. I guess I'll just leave. Yeah, no, the sprites go down from here. Hey, wait, don't go out. It's unsafe. Wild Pokemon live in tall grass. You need to your Pokemon for your protection. I know. Here, come with me. Hurry, I'm fed up with waiting. Arsh? Let me think. Oh, that's right. I told you to come. Just wait. Here, runner. There are 3 Pokemon here. They're inside the Pokeballs. When I was young, I was a serious Pokemon trader. In my old age, I have only 3 left. But you can have only 3 that happen to be some of the most rarest and most powerful Pokemon in the entire franchise. Arsh, you can have one too. Now, runner, which Pokemon do you want? So, here's the thing. I've done some work trying to verify if this is actually on purpose or not. Near as I can tell, it is not. But, by all accounts, this is medium, easy, hard. Like, that's what we're in for. That is what the choice means. Because, you know, Gen 1 is not designed, I think is the way I'm going to phrase that. Control. There we go. There's... I mean... They're not designed. That's really the simplest way to phrase that. The Pokemon generally aren't designed. So, yeah, your starter basically boils down to what difficulty do you want. So I'm going to let you decide. Yeah, the combat system exists. The types system barely works. Entire types don't function properly. Like Ghost, Poison, Bug, Psychic, and Dragon. All are pretty badly designed in this one. To the point where I'm probably going to give negatives to every single one of the ones I just mentioned. No, hang on. I'm setting up the vote. Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle. We'll put that up for a few minutes. There you go. Voot. It is a Twitch poll. Voot. Yeah, crits depend on speed. There is no split between your special stat, aka your magic stat, which means anyone with a high magic attack also coincidentally has a high magic defense. It's one of the reasons why the Cloyster, or whatever its evolution is called, was so ridiculously overpowered in Gen 1. Yeah, Cloyster, I'm right. Because, yeah, Cloyster had really, really high special defense and just kind of destroyed everything because of that. Because it could add access to ice moves and water moves and could sweep. Yes, Tudor, it'll be nice to play a good game. Because we sure as hell are not playing one today. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Tauros with Hyper Beam. I don't actually remember if Snorlax was OP in Gen 1. I know it was in Gen 2. But Gen 2 did a lot to completely change the game under the hood in a way that, you know, was better. That's the nicest way I could put that. The funny thing is there's so many ridiculous... No, of course not, Elizar. There's so many ridiculously overpowered things in Gen 1 that it's kind of like just pick your favorite, right? Yeah, Amnesia. Oh my gosh. What does that mean? That means that it's a dividing line act. Okay, so I have to put I cannot have the bot put out multiple lines, right? So I can't have it say Pokemon Red, enter, Pokemon Violet, enter, etc. So in other words, no, probably not, Elizar. In other words, I have to do something to separate which game is which. So you notice it's Pokemon Red, separator, Pokemon Violet, because Pokemon Violet is next. I mean, I could use a comma, but a comma isn't very visually distinct. And I have also literally never used a comma for that. So I'm afraid you are actively hallucinating. I have literally never used a comma for that. I can even prove that because I still got the original document around. Sure, Elizar. Guys, I think Elizar's losing it again. He's still doing that marijuana. Tons of marijuana. Yes, Violet is next. It's right there on the list. I don't know what you want from me. It's also on the website, if for whatever reason you don't believe me. Make sure you vote if you haven't. While we're here, let's jot down some negatives really quick, because let's be honest, this game's going to get quite a few. We'll put some question marks here. Definitely one here. Probably going to be one here. It's a Twitch poll, Kenexco. Oh, God. We'll definitely put some bug negatives. Probably 3. If I encounter missing number, then that is an exploit. However, that does not count as cheating. No. No, we're not doing that, before you ask. Yeah, no, Gen 1's music actively hurts my ears at times. That's not a joke. Gen 2's is way more palatable. But then again, as with everything else, Gen 2 is just better designed. Gen 2 is still a mess, but it's a game, you know? I'm going to be blunt. Gen 1 is a tech demo. Is that on... Is that... Could someone do me a favor and see if Hyrule Warriors 3 is on the list? Please. I thought we'd already added it. You like the Lavender Child theme. I am probably going to take out my headphones when we get there, because it literally hurts my ears. I'm no facetiousness, no like ha 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 internet. No, it causes me physical pain. Well, either way, absolutely, Noctis. Thank you very much. Bulbasaur, holy crap. I really, really thought you'd make me use Charmander. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. So, let's go and give a negative to Charmander. No, I'm being serious. Because here's the... Yeah, no, here's the thing. If you start with Charmander in Gen 1, you have just signed up for unpleasant, boring slog. It is possible to beat the game, to progress with Charmander, but all it is going to do is make the early game suck. And that's it. That's all it is people are... It's like I said, it's kind of hard mode. Because the first 2 gyms and quite a few trainers in between there are specifically designed to crush Charmander like a bug. Yeah. Nothing tells you that. And that's kind of the problem. If the game told you, hey, this is easy, this is medium, and this is hard, there's a non-zero chance that I would be a little bit more lenient towards this. Nothing in Gen 1 indicates the Charmander's hard mode. And yeah, when Leaf Green showed up, it actually rebalanced a lot of their moves and just the game in general to make it so that Charmander is not a hell run when you first do the thing. Bulbasaur is normal, yeah. Or no, sorry. Squirtle is normal. Bulbasaur is easy. So we're actually playing easy mode. Yeah, Chikorita has the same problem in Gen 2. By the way, boycotting has nothing to do with gaslighting. Gaslighting is when I'm trying to convince you of something that is not true. Whereas boycotting is when I'm refusing to participate in whatever it is you're doing. Okay, so hang on. Give me a second. Bug, poison, Dragon, Ghost, Psychic. I think it's everything. There's actually some other thing, and I can't remember what it is right now, that makes Psychic even more damaging than it already is. Ignoring the fact that Psychic types tend to have high speed, which gives high crit, and they tend to have high special, which gives them high defense and high attack. Why is Charmander popular? Because he's a fire-breathing lizard. And let's be honest, Charizard is the real mascot of Pokemon, not Pikachu. Nobody likes Pikachu. Eevee's better than Pikachu anyways. Oh yeah, also no resistances while we're on the subject. Yeah, poison is also very common as a secondary type in general, and extremely common. Hang on, I'm jotting down some thoughts here. Okay. Put a question mark here. Drowsy, I was so proud of myself back in the day because I came up with a whole thing for Drowsy and Hypno, where it'd be like, okay, sleep and then Dream Eater. And I was so proud of coming up with that combo. I don't even know why. It's such a dumb two-step combo. I did crush the game like a bug with that combo, though. Pun intended. Because bug type... So let's check this out for a second. Hang on. I've already jotted down negatives for these, and honestly, most of these are probably going to be multiple negatives, because the type balance in Gen 1 is awful. But check this out, right? So, Bug. So, in Gen 1, Bug moves were super effective against Poison type. And Poison type were super effective against Bug type. That's only in Gen 1. But think about that for a second. So, like, Bug moves are super good. Oh my god, that's so great. All we have to do is look at the bug moves in Gen 1. So let's look at the bug moves in Gen 1. We've got Leech Life. Okay. Pin Missile, which okay. String Shot, which does no damage. And Twin Needle. That's it. That's the full list. Well, okay, Pin Missile is something, right? Right? I mean, come on. Surely. Something in Gen 1 can have access to Pin Missile. So let's just kind of pull up the list here. Here we go. So, yeah, Beedrill can get Pin Missile. And Jolteon, which is not a bug type. Yeah, Beedrill is also the only one who learns Twin Needle. So that's the only two worth a damn bug attacks are both taken by Beedrill. You're probably thinking, we'll just get a Beedrill. And indeed, I used to get a Beedrill. But the thing is, Beedrill's stats suck. Beedrill's stats are terrible. It's got bad HP, bad defense, bad special, average attack, and low speed. It is also Poison type. As a reminder, Poison is weak to Psychic. Yeah, no, back in the day, I only remember the 3 Pokemon I used, because it was the 3 I would use for everything. It was Cloyster, who was superpowered because of the special move and having access to Ice and Surf. Abra, which would just sweep, of course. And then Jolteon, because Jolteon had access to Pin Missile. Jolteon was my anti-psychic. The concept of bringing your favorites wasn't really a thing in Gen 1. I literally just said that, Elizar. So to repeat myself, yes. Yeah, also, yeah, speaking of which, info in-game. None of this info is in-game. This might be one of the worst info in-game games we've covered ever, actually. In fact, it's funny to me, if we can kind of have a symmetry here, right? No, I'm not aware of any fake controversy with this one. See, the manual in a Game Boy game. You're funny, I see. No, the info in game in Pokemon Gen 1 was really, really bad. Back in the day, we invented the category info in game to describe how a game can convey its own mechanics and stuff to the player. For a Pokemon game, it was actually Sword and Shield specifically when we played it about 4 years ago. So it's nice. It's nice to see that Pokemon games have always had bad info in game. This game apparently did come with a manual. Oh my god! Yeah, physical manual. Oh my god! So the manual has a map. What are Pokemon? There are more than 100 Pokemon in existence. Oh my god. There's the controls, such as they are. Special indicates a Pokemon's special power. Defense indicates a Pokemon's defense. Attack indicates a Pokemon's attack. Extremely useful. Let's see. Anything else here? This is just a walkthrough. Oh my god, there is actually a type chart. Holy crap. I am actually shocked that they put a type chart in the manual. I didn't have any of this, by the way. This is already well into the era where getting a hold of a manual for a game just wasn't happening. A huge amount of this is just lists of Pokemon, too. Yeah, there's an incomplete Pokedex there. There's a list of items. Holy crap. I actually have no idea, Mook. I don't know what that's there for. I'm sure there's some... Maybe that's for trading? Like I trade between versions of the game? I don't know. I don't get the point of that. I'm sure there's some use for it that I'm not aware of. Anyways, I suppose that's enough negatives right out of the gate. Let's get back to the game. Bulbasaur. Nope, 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 nope. No. Still no. Bulbasaur. A strange seed was planted on its back at birth. The plant sprouts and grows with this Pokemon. Who would like to be our Bulbasaur? Oh my god, the icons. I forgot about the icons. Looks like that's going to be Sean, actually. I had no idea Bulbasaurs liked Mass Effect 2 so much, but here we are. I'll take this one then. My Pokemon looks a lot stronger. You are 5th, Lord Aramon. A wild Pokemon appears, your Pokemon can fight against it. Wait, runner. Let's check out a Pokemon. Come on, I'll take you on. I mean, canonically, RDR is in the same setting. Yes, the one they pick is completely dependent on which one you pick. It's interesting that it's that close, Lord Hammer. Okay, so we have access to Tackle and Growl. Oh, yeah. So there's a concept called early game hell. And we're dead. Yeah, am I great or what? Okay, I'll make my Pokemon fight to toughen it up. Smell you later. What's a speed cheat, Belzer? Oh, fast forward? Oh, I'll use fast forward how much I want to. That's not cheating. That's just fast forwarding. I can also rewind too. Check it out. Let's see. My aunts always use alcohol for those kind of flights push-ups. I'm not sure if I can actually, like, suggest that myself, but... Oh, shoot. I should have actually checked. I didn't even think about that. So, back in Gen 1, they didn't have unique sprites yet. They just had those things. So all the plant types have, like, a flower. Some of those get a little bit silly. Oh my gosh, who's the 8th gym leader? Sorry. I have many top favorite Pokemon, but most people in chat could probably answer who my favorite Pokemon is right off the top of their heads, because I've never been quiet about it. Yeah, we can do this. Yeah, Crobat is correct. Absolutely not, Elizar. Being able to name Pokemon is not a gameplay positive, or a story positive, or anything, really. My second favorite is probably Melodic. Yeah, we actually can't capture Pokemon yet. There's only one shark Pokemon, and it sucks. Hi, I work at a Pokemon Mart. It's a convenient shop, so please visit us in Viridian City. I know, I'll give you a sample. A potion. See those ledges on the road? It's a bit scary, but you can jump from them. You can get back to Pallet Town quicker that way. Yeah, it's actually pretty hard for me to name Gen 1 Pokemon that I like. Obviously we're going to have an Abra Saberboy, because I feel like beating the game. Other than that, I don't really have any plans. Do I like Charizard? No. I actually don't like most starter Pokemon. It took a while for me to actually care about those. You want to know about the two kinds of caterpillar Pokemon? Caterpie has no poison, but Weedle does. Watch out for its poison sting! Those Pokeballs at your waist. Actually, I don't have any right now. You have Pokemon. It's great you can carry and use Pokemon anytime, anywhere. Garchomp is pretty badass, but not in this game. Or a starter, for that matter. Yeah, Jalix Brown. Easily, effortlessly. Of course Gen 1 is the worst Pokemon. What other possible candidate would there even be? I actually used Beedrill for quite a while in the early game, but we're playing Red, and I don't know if Beedrill's in Red. Flygon is also pretty cool. The worst Gen 1 sprite? Honestly, the one that always leaps to mind when it comes to terrible Gen 1 sprites is Mewtwo. No, seriously, have you seen Mewtwo's sprite in Gen 1? It's awful. It's the way I'm gonna call it. It's weird and lanky and just very Gen 1. They don't charge money. Aw, free healthcare? What? As an American, I am personally insulted by this, and I will make it my mission to slander everyone who's ever worked on this game for daring to think of the concept of free healthcare. Still yes, Alex Brown. If it wasn't for this show, I would never replay Gen 1. Listen, I just appreciate being able... I am in a position where I can afford my own healthcare, and I appreciate being able to choose my healthcare provider rather than being forced to use a state-mandated one. That way I make sure I always get the best possible healthcare for me. Because I'm a rich snob who has no idea what it's like to not be able to afford things. So that's going towards Unicorn Overlord. Our emblem, 3 hopes. Soul Nomad. Thank you, Chill Pangolin, as always. I mean... I'm just going to make this point very, very quickly. How many of you in chat live in the States and have at any point in your life not gone to the hospital for something you should have because you can't afford it? End statement. Oh yeah, one real quick thing. Something I'll see people in the States use as an argument for why, state-supported healthcare is a bad thing is because the lines. And yes, there are absolutely lines. Here, too, by the way, the fact that you have to pay for healthcare doesn't mean you get in line anytime soon. To put this into a bit of perspective, I know someone personally right now who is in the queue to get a callback to schedule an appointment in February. Let me say that again in case you missed that. Here in the States, without state-sponsored healthcare, my friend who is paying for healthcare out of pocket has a freaking queue to get a call in February to schedule his appointment. It's an argument I've heard several times that somehow magically the reduction of personnel and the reduction of staffing and the massive understaffing problem we have just kind of magically goes away if you pay for privatized healthcare. Now Elizar asked a question which I missed. Are the starters overrated in my opinion? No. Starters are actually objectively the best designed Pokemon in every one of these games, even in Gen 1. Ain't that the truth, Kennex Cow? The grass is even moving! They do get better, because Gen 1 starters are not great. Oh yeah, don't even get me started about having to push it back against the insurance companies. I don't even want to get into that. Parasites. You can't go through here. This is private property. You can't go through here. This is private property. Oh, Grandpa, don't be so mean. He hasn't had his coffee yet. Yeah, so in the Japanese version, this dude's drunk. I mean, he hasn't had his coffee yet. My daddy loves Pokemon too. Yeah. Coming up with nicknames is fun, but hard. Simple names are easiest to remember. Jesus Christ, Mook. Hey, you came from Palatown? You know Professor Oak, right? His order came in. Will you take it to him? Yep. That's her tutorialization on how cliffs work. There's even an NPC to point them out to. Ooh, a Rattata. It's a good thing I have some Pokeballs that I can throw right now. Oh, absolutely, Alex Brown. The lack of info in Game of Gen 1 is real. A friend of mine has to undergo blood work, right? Now, it has nothing to do with their health. It's just a mandatory checkbox. They have to take blood work because it's something that's on the list of requirements. Okay? Has nothing to do with what they're actually going to the doctor for. So, they had a blood work appointment literally yesterday, I think it was. Yesterday or the day before. Either way, they go in for the blood work and they say, well, actually, your doctor didn't fill in this one checkbox. Literally, a checkbox was not filled in on the form. So we need you to go back to your doctor and fill in the checkbox. Okay, so now she has to go and make another appointment with the doctor to go in and have the doctor do this. I want to stress, literally this, so that she can then make an appointment with the blood people and actually get her blood work done. This is going to delay the overall process by probably about a month. Why would that ever be an excusable reason, Alex Brown? Sorry, I'm sounding hostile because I'm still mad about the health thing. Let me try that with a slightly more neutral tone. Why do you think it's acceptable to not give info to children? Oh, Runner, how's my old Pokemon? Well, it seems to like you a lot. You must be talented as a Pokemon trainer. Not really. What, you have something for me? Ah, this is the custom Pokeball I ordered. Thank you. Ramps! What'd you call me for? Oh, right. I have a request to you two. On the desk, there's my invention, the Pokédex. It automatically records data on Pokemon you've seen or caught. The high-tech encyclopedia. Runner and Arsh, take these with you. To make a complete guide on all the Pokemon in the world. Ah, that was my dream. But I'm too old. I can't do it. So I want you to fulfill my dream for me. Get moving, you two. This is a great undertaking in Pokemon history. Alright, Gramps. Leave it all to me. Runner, hate to say it, but I don't need you. I know. I'll borrow a town map from my sis, and I'll tell her not to lend you one. Calling all Pokemon trainers. The elite trainers of Pokemon League are ready to take on all comers. Bring your best Pokemon. See how you rate as a trainer. Pokemon League HQ, Indigo Plateau. P.S. Professor Oak, please visit us. Honestly, anything, Elizar. Literally anything other than water, grass, fire. I'm sort of sick of water, grass, fire at this point in my life. If I ask you to run an errand, well, here, this will help you. Yeah, the story is going to be there. Dragon Poison Ground. I like it. Perfect. I'll just play as one of the worst Pokemon in the history of all Pokemon. I've always found it funny that they... So, okay. For those of you not aware, Pikachu was actually very strategically picked to be the mascot. It was actually between Pikachu and Clefairy, I want to say. Okay, it's the worst pick ever, Elizar. Congratulations. Or Jigglypuff. Sorry, yeah, it was Jigglypuff, not Clefairy. And I just bring that up because you know that that was tactical, right? Like, several people have been like, why would they pick Pikachu? It's because they wanted to go with one of the cutest looking, most merchandisable Pokemon they possibly could. What I find funniest, though, is getting a hold of a Pikachu in Gen 1 is a thing. It's, what, 8% spawn rate in one area in the game? When I go shop in Pewter City, I have to take the winding trail in the Viridian Forest. I've had my coffee and now I feel great. Sure, you can go through. You in a hurry? No. So you're using a Pokedex. When you catch a Pokemon, a Pokedex is automatically updated. What, don't you know how to catch Pokemon? I'll show you how to. Oh god, he's gonna kill me! How do you have 50 Pokeballs? First, you need to awaken the target Pokemon. So, this is a good time as any to mention. The catch mechanics in Gen 1 are terrible. It only applies to Gen 1. They actually did a massive overhaul of the specific math and calculations from Gen 2 onwards. But in Gen 1, the math that goes into Pokemon catching is awful. I actually have an essay up here, which is from the Dragonfly Cave, if you're familiar with it, which goes into the very nitty-gritty specifics of catching. It's... it's kind of insane. Yeah, Great Balls are actually better than Ultra Balls, depending. In fact, so let's use some specific examples here for a moment. If you catch a full HP Mewtwo, it's your chance of catching it is 21.634%. If you bring it down to 1 HP, that goes up to 23.752%. That's a 2% boost in catch rate. In Gen 1, and only Gen 1, lowering HP barely improves your chances of actually catching a Pokemon. No, the thing that really boosts your chance is getting a status effect on it. Now, because Gen 1 was programmed on duct tape, the specific boost you get is based on the status effect and the Pokeball you're using. But to put this into simple terminology, if you sleep or freeze a Pokemon and then use an Ultra Ball, your catch chance is added to by 21.11%, which is huge. So even if you had a 1% chance, now you have a 22% chance to catch it, just from casting Sleep on it. At full health, by the way. 5%. Jesus, Arspus, that's even lower than I thought it was. God damn it, Lord Hammer. Yeah, not 20% of 1%. That's why I said additive. It adds 20% to your success chance. And there's just... It's crazy. But yes, the Great Ball for a huge... And the best part is, the game is actually inconsistent on the specifics of whether or not the Great Ball's math actually applies correctly or not. It's... Oh, it's a whole thing. There's a reason they took out all of that math and just recoded it from scratch for Gen 2. Anyways, I just wanted to comment on that. If anybody wants to read the whole write-up, I'm actually going to go ahead and link it here. If it'll let me. Jesus Christ, game. There. If anybody wants to read the whole write-up, I actually perused that just last night to refresh myself on it. It is... funny is how I would call that. 1 second, please. What? What? Jesus Christ. Anyways. Of course, none of that's explained at all in the game. In fact, they tell you flat out to lower the enemy's HP to increase your catch rate, which is basically a lie. Like, it's one step away from being a lie. I do not know about the badge boost glitch, no. I actually have gone out of my way to not research most of the glitches in this game, because let's be clear, Gen 1 is riddled with glitches. There's too many. If I just sat here and came up with a giant list of glitches, we'd be here all day. Just talking about the glitches. Is it November 7th? Jeez Louise. Really, Takeda? I mean, let's be honest. As much as I mock, deride, and make fun of this game is a small miracle. No, seriously, this game is a small miracle. The fact that this game came out at all, the fact that the game, you know, is as good as it is as functional as it is. 6 years of development, almost got canceled multiple times by a studio that was actually hemorrhaging money, almost had to declare bankruptcy multiple times, had staff who were just working without any kind of pay. On the Game Boy, which was a flagging title, flagging console, which nobody was buying at the time. Yeah, look at Pokemon now. The fact that this is the beginnings of this is hysterical. N7. Mass Effect push-ups. You go into Viridian Forest, be careful. It's a natural maze. Yeah, no, this is just wild. I came here with some friends. They're out for Pokemon fights. Oh, it's much worse, Pitkiss, and makes more money. It's okay, Square will make up all that loss by making sure to hand over all of its QA to AI. It'll be great. It'll be wonderful. I ran out of Pokeballs to catch Pokemon with. You should carry extras. That's actually an interesting question. When did Digimon come out? Real question, like when did the franchise Digimon come out? Because we know exactly when Pokemon came out. It was 1996. 91. Wow. Okay, so it looks like that's going to be Beedrill. I knew Digimon was first, I just didn't know by how much. That's funny, though, because Pokemon predates the concept of Pokemon predates the concept of Digimon. But Digimon got there first. What am I doing? What am I doing? Use a Pokeball. Down B! I don't remember when Tamagotchi got started. Yeah, almost everyone thought of Digimon as the cheaper, crappier version of Pokemon. But Digimon sort of predates Pokemon. I will say, Digimon has one major flaw to it. And I mean this sincerely. I imagine that at least some Digimon fans will back me up on this. Digimon, not counting the recent release, because I haven't played that, obviously, has one good game to its name. One unabashedly good game to its name. Everything else is problematic at best. Does anyone want to be my Beedrill? Almost incapable of moving, this Pokemon has to harden its shell to protect itself from predators. Looks like that's gonna be Mook. Digimon, of course it's Digimon. Cyber Sleuth. Which we actually played on camera, and yeah, it's a pretty legit game. But from everything I have ever heard and read, every other Digimon game is, at best, asterisky. And yeah, I've heard. I'm sure the new one's going to be good because it's basically Cyber Sleuth 2, right? So yeah. Oh no, they totally do, Sean. 100%. So this is a good time to talk about how grinding sucks in this game. So here's how you grind in this game. That's first of all. Let's put Mook in the front row. Now, yeah, X shared. Oh, of course, it's a Rattata, which I actually want to catch. But what I would normally do is I would throw out Kakuna, who has now participated in the battle, and switch over to my actual Pokemon, who would then defeat the enemy, and they would split the experience between them. So the only way to grind weaker characters like my Abra, I intend to get later, or, you know, like Kakuna, is to do the switch grinding, which pretty much straight up halves the experience gain of that particular Pokemon. There is an X-Ball in this game, X-Share. It is an item, and you don't get it until way into the game. I feel like there's a requirement for it too. Whoops, I didn't mean to... whatever. Yeah, I didn't mean to do that. Whatever. So, later generations make experience share. Some of the later games make it mandatory. Let me be clear, I'm actually not a fan of that. Having just an experience share toggle in a menu is something I'm in favor of. Like having an option to say, you know what, I want to share experience. Click. Yes, 100% in favor of that. But I am not the only person who likes to do low-level runs or solo runs or basically wants to challenge myself and keep my Pokemon low level. Right? Oh yeah, there's no move relearner in Gen 1. Options are good. And the significance of that statement is that move relearners allow you to learn... So, a move relearner was actually a band-aid fix, but it's the idea that a Pokemon can learn abilities at certain levels, right? But if you're... I had no Pokeballs, Czar! What do you want from me? But so... If your Pokemon is level 15 and they don't have the earlier move, sucks to be them. There's no way to get it at that point, right? A move relearner says, oh, well, I can just teach you any move that you would have learned up to the level you currently are. It is a band-aid solution, but it is a solution. I should just buy all of this here. No, I did not, Elizar. Was there no extra in Gen 1? Oh, hey, a Pidgey. The pigeon of the Pokemon world. Yes, Eleazar, but not for the reasons you're probably thinking. Okay, I'm right. There is, you get a certain number of Pokedex things, and that gives you the X-Ball. I was right. Yay, memory. Would anyone like to be our Pidgey? I'm also probably going to grab a Rattata, if you're interested. So that's going to be Monobrand. Will that fit? Yeah, that'll fit. Unironically, I am probably going to give a negative to sprite work in this game, because frankly, sprites suck. Like, I'm sorry, the sprites do not look good in Gen 1. Brickwork? Eh. Sprites? Eh. Lord Helix. I know I actually like to get good Pokemon. Wigglytuff is the second Jigglytuff. So I suppose if we encounter a Jinx... well, that's not a if. We'll have to decide if we give the Jinx its own negative. So that would be under core mechanics, Jolix Brown. So let's be clear. Inventing something is not a positive, period. We've actually encountered plenty of games that are honestly way more innovative than Pokemon, which do not get positives for being innovative. But for having an interesting gimmick, right? Having something that's cool or interesting or fun, that is the kind of thing that absolutely can get positives. And again, the core loop, the core gameplay loop of Pokemon is actually really cool. 6 Pokemon, 4 moves. That concept right there is the meat and potatoes of what Pokemon really is. Let's see if we can get a Rattata before we move on. Hi, Rex. What's the issue with Jinx? Look at its Gen 1 sprite. Or the early anime, yeah. No, the core... Okay, clearly we're speaking at cross terms here, Jolix Brown. So let me be clear. Something being good is a positive. Idiots, push-ups. I mean, I could go more into detail than that, but really, that summarizes it nicely. This will 100% get the first game label. This game might be one of the most first games we've ever played, and we've played Mario 1. And Zelda 1, and Metroid 1, and Ultima 0. Well, no, that's not true. We didn't actually review Ultima 0. But we played Ultima 1. Although Mook is correct, Ultima is probably more of a first game than this is. But that might be the only thing that is more first game than this. Yeah, Gen 2... to continue the overall approach, Gen 2 is the Heavensward of Pokemon. or the Burning Crusade of Pokemon. It's still pretty bad, if we're being completely honest with ourselves. But most of what is Pokemon started in Gen 2. Mega Man 2 would be another good example of that. Yeah, this is a miracle game, legitimately. It is nothing short of shocking that this game is as good as it is, and took off the way it did. There's a reason why, immediately after this, pretty much everyone involved threw a huge amount of weight into the franchise. Okay, fair, Darker. It's not a perfect analogy. I'll stick with my Burning Crusade and Heaven's Word analogy, then. Whoops, nope. That's true, Gen 1 doesn't have that freaking rollout. Whitney was her name, right? Yeah, remember, we're playing the polished version of the game. We're not playing the original. Fights anything in one it attacks. Small and very quick. It's a common sight in many places. Who would like to be Rattata? Blue Dragon. That's appropriate. Barely fits. Because screw those devs and screw their faces, I see. Also, I have absolutely no interest in a game that's all about brutally enslaving and murdering cute innocent creatures. And you can make whatever joke you want, but there's no joke here. That's what Palworld's core mechanic is. You breed the equivalent of Pokemon in order to shove them into the furnace. Or to work the assembly line. I'm not into that. Thanks. Also, the devs can go to hell. I have negative interest in Palworld. I hope they win their lawsuit against Nintendo. I do. But screw them. Just because I want Godzilla to beat King Kong doesn't mean I'm pro-Godzilla. You know what I mean? So, the devs are scummy assholes. They have a repeated pattern of... Yeah, I know, right, Plato? They have a repeated pattern of releasing a game into early access, which is a concept game, which gets a lot of hype and interest and buzz and sales, and then they abandon that game and move on to the next one. And the first game just sits there dangling in the breeze, dead. They have done this multiple times. Oh god, I'm secretly Hux. Damn you, Pillars of Snow. Damn you. Because Beedrills are cool, Lord Herma. You don't like Beedrills? Why don't you like Beedrills? So this is another negative that, honestly, several Pokemon games are going to get. And that is... So there's this thing, which is true in most Pokemon games, where trainers give substantially more experience than wild battles. Trainers are finite. What that means is there is a finite pool of trainer experience in the entire game. If you want repeat experience, if you want to go grind, you have to fight wild Pokemon, which give less experience. There's no reason for this to exist. All it does is pad out the grind even worse, especially in a game where there are many, many Pokemon to level. especially Pokemon. Even if you're just trying to catch them all, leveling them up till they do their evolution is a huge hassle. And yeah, it also discourages you from branching out, because if you get a Pokemon too far in, sucks to be you. When did they fix the experience issue? About Gen 5 to Gen 6. Gen 6 really started having quality of life features. Which is funny, because I can't remember his name, but there's this asshole who was in charge of the company up until Gen 5. And he was ousted. And then they made Gen 6. And notice that Gen 6 is when they really started adding modern, design concepts to the games. That's a good point. There is also finite money in Gen 1. You're correct. Masuda, that's him. But yeah, this just makes the whole game way more grindy than it really should be. Because there's less experience, in addition to the finite experience pool. And there's the exp sharing is awful, so you're getting half of half experience when you're trying to level someone other than just one Pokemon. Whoops, didn't mean to hit that button. Let's just do this really quick here. Wow, okay, so we just got sandblasted to death there. Jesus. Yeah, lowered accuracy is so wonderful. So hang on. Someone asked if I have a Gen 1 Pokemon style, like a design that I actually like. And there is. There is actually a Pokemon in Gen 1 that I unironically think looks better in Gen 1 than any other gen. And you already know what I'm going to say. It's Pikachu. I am not joking. Fat Pikachu is way cuter. I'm sorry. He is. The more modernized mascot-y Pikachu just does not look anywhere near as good to me. I actually ran a comparison to someone who has not played Pokemon, but is an artist. And I said, tell me the difference between these two things. And they immediately pointed out to a whole lot of details that I even missed. Like mascot here. Mascot Pikachu, for example, is far more humanoid. It looks like a person. And that means you can pose it more. You can do more stances, or do like the cute little things, or you could have them, cooking. You could have a Pikachu that's cooking, whatever. Because of its humanoid nature, it is more easy to market. Whereas the much cuter Pokemon can't do that. It's got much more stubby arms and legs, and it doesn't really have a neck to speak of. They also pointed out that the face is far more humanized for mascot Pikachu, which is, again, about posing and expression and putting someone in a suit, right? And then, of course, you've got, the original Pikachu, which doesn't have it at all. And it's just cuter. I'm sorry. I don't know what you want from me. Now, let's give more negatives, shall we? Let me think about this for a second. It's true, though, Rex. That's not even coming from my mouth. That's coming from an actual artist. I know you don't trust anything I say. Because they suck, Elizar. Because everything sucks. The world is darkness and gritty bitterness. Endless dark despair. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I didn't mean to be American there. Or 90s. Or both. They suck. I don't know what you want from me. There's nothing interesting about the starters to me until we get to like Gen 7, I want to say. Speaking of, I also received a question earlier. What's my favorite generation? As of this point in time, I'd probably say Gen 8. Let me double check myself on that. So Gen 8, double checking. Yeah, is Sword and Shield and Legends Arceus. Yeah. Easy, without hesitation. Do I think forcing HMs to have a move to progress the game will be a negative? Yes, because we've actually already given that negative. Sure, Eleazar. I am glad that you like the starters. Most people like the starters. I am not one of those people. Um, yeah, we literally have key items as a concept. Even in Gen 1, we actually have key items as a concept. But nope, need to have HMs. Here we go. God, we gave so many visual positives to Gen 5, which I'm a standby. The DS and the GBA, but you know, the DS just had really, really, really good sprite work. Unlike this game. Gen 4 is Diamond and Pearl, yeah. And Platinum. Platinum was one of the first Pokemon games I really liked. Go figure. Like, I dived into Platinum. That one, I loved that game. Then Gen 5 came out, and that was even better. Then I skipped over Gen 6 until we played it on camera. And I played Gen 7 on camera. And I played Gen 8 on camera. Because by that point, I was a streamer, so, you know. Oh, yeah, I have also played Heart Gold and Soul Silver, which I think was still Gen 5, pretty sure. Which would I say you play? So I've actually given this advice recently. If you're jumping into Pokemon for the first time, and you have the magic of, you know, these things, cough, cough, then you should play Gen 3, specifically the Gen 3 remakes of Gen 1, which are called Fire Red or Leaf Green. That is as seminal as Pokemon gets. They're going to be missing a lot of modern quality of life features, because remember, that didn't start till Gen 6. But there's some really good meat content in those. It's a true proper remake. In fact, the first game I ever used the term proper remake for was for Leaf Green, as with regards to Gen 1. Yeah, it's a good distillation of what Pokemon is. If you want it, that's your seminal, right? That's your seminal Pokemon. If you want something that is the most Pokemon, it is, in my opinion, Leaf Green or Fire Red. They even add some extra stuff, and they do a massive overhaul of like individual Pokemon stats and individual Pokemon moves, and which trainers have which Pokemon and which abilities those Pokemon have, and it is a huge overhaul of Gen 1 to an extent that even if you're not familiar with it, you'll probably be able to appreciate it. Pokemon Let's Go Eevee and Let's Go Pikachu is also a remake of Gen 1, which is not as good. Let's just say that. But I think people crap on it a bit too much because it's actually a pretty solid game in its own right and does a surprising number of things right. How much weight do I put in quality of life? A lot. Something we talk about a lot is player friction. And I tend to come across as anti-player friction because I don't value my time being wasted and I don't value irritation. But you notice both of those boil down to the mechanics of playing a game, aka quality of life features. A game that is way, way more customizable, has better options, has better shortcutting, and is just smoother to play as a game I'm going to value, even if it has worse meat content, than a game that doesn't have those features. Okay. 1 second. Let's jot down some things here. Right, that was it. I would not want to do a Nuzlocke of Gen 1. That does not sound like fun. I'm sure people have. I'm sure people are crazy. Sorry, I'm typing. Yeah, Nuzlocke was a thing for Gen 3. I haven't even done a Nuzlocke in Gen 2. I have in the Gen 2 remake in Gen 5. Or 4. Whatever gen that was. Heart Gold. I mean, I'll admit going back to earlier games can be rough sometimes, as I'm demonstrating today, but I'll use a very specific example. If you ever want to really just feel how wild quality of life can be, play, I don't know, random example, Metroid Dread, and then Metroid 1 back to back. Because there's a lot of examples. I could use an RPG example. Play FF1 and FF6 side by side, or FF7. FF6 and 7 are the best with regards to quality of life features. So, and then play FF1 on the NES. Oh, I wrote that down. Okay, sorry. Back to the scintillating music. Well, no, player fiction is exactly what it sounds like. It can be a lot of things. Player fiction is just anything that resists the player's desire to do what they want to do. A boss dodging your attack, or having health, or attacking you in such a way, or whatever. That all of that is actually player friction. It's an extremely broad category, which is why I try to zoom in a little bit more on specifics. Because, like I said, I can appreciate a boss that's hard. In fact, I tend to enjoy bosses that are hard. What I do not enjoy is a boss where my controls don't work right. You know what I mean? I'll use a specific example. I had some issues with Elden Ring, but most of the bosses in that game were legit. By contrast, in Mega Man Legends 1, the last boss of that game wasn't a particularly hard boss. It was just the controls were bullcrap, and I was having trouble actually playing the game. Both of those are player friction. But one of those was like, yeah, and one of those was not. Oh, the Sphinx in Persona 5. When did shinies get added to Pokemon anyways? I legitimately don't remember. It's been a while. Gen 2. That makes sense. They even advertised it with the Gyarados. I think as of this moment in time, I've still only ever gotten 2 shinies, and both have been on camera. One was that Roggenrola. That was an X and Y. The other was something in Arceus, and I don't remember what it was. Anyways, I don't tend to be into shinies, especially since so many of them are so bad. Weakest Pokemon that's been part of your main team. Vulpix. And my Vulpix defeated Mewtwo. That's right, it was Ponyta. Could you stop critting me, please? Jesus. I remember that especially because that Vulpix was named Laddie. Do I think there's a meaningful distinction between game quality and player experience quality? I mean, yeah. Controls are different than boss design, after all. Yeah, supposedly Let's Go has extremely high shiny catch rate. Never found one. Yeah, we didn't chain, so it kind of didn't cover that. That's not how that works, Walker. You have to, like, you have to play the game, Walker. I can't just cheat. I know you like cheating. Oh, he's buffering. Okay, that makes sense. So this is, I believe, our very first trainer battle. Hey, you have Pokemon. Come on, let's battle them. I think it's cool, Elizar. A Weedle. No, President Clamp. I think it would be equal for movies for me. Okay, we're gonna be here a minute. And back to doing this. Yes, Saber for wife. Yes, it will. If Gen 5 is getting a seconds and minutes negative, this game is getting more than that. You'll scare away the bugs. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no kidding, vulgarity. For poison, use antidote. Get it at Pokemon Marts. Okay, you really can't donate to be a Pokemon. Just to be very clear, I am not that kind of streamer. I know some streamers do that kind of thing. And they make tons of money doing it. Because it's manipulative and awful. I know, but, like, to be real, that's a thing. There are plenty of streamers who will be like, if you donate, you'll get a... Some people, like, donate to be a Pokemon. Then some people say donate to have a chance to be a Pokemon. Like, you get added to the list if you donate. And it's like, Jesus, people. Expedition 33. Chained Echoes. And I'll let... Let's see, who's not a sub right now? Dame Celeste, pick something. Either way, thank you, Walker, very much. There is a boss theme, yes. Even in Gen 1. I think that's just the one. I do like selling my soul and getting more money. Why, yes. Ooh, a Pokeball. Fire Emblem Path of Radiance. Oh my god, there's 3 boss battles that sound in this game. You know what, honestly, just run. This is stopped being worth my time. Also, I've already commented on how stupid the sprites are, but like, oops. Look at our Rattata. This is our Rattata. Honestly, why even have the menu sprites at that point? It's not like breeding was in. Can't jam out if you're a Pokemon trainer. Yeah, my Bulbasaur is just a flower. Yep, we have 2 gameplay positives. For being a Pokemon game and being a Pokemon game, respectively. That's not a joke. You want me to give a story positive to the music of Gen 1. I am immeasurably happy for all of you who enjoy the music of Gen 1. Sword and Shield got several music positives. Pretty sure Arceus did as well. Which of those do I like the least? Garbodor. I've always been a Muck guy. Don't look at me like that. Muck, first of all, Muck knows Toxic. Second of all, Muck is a tank. Actually makes a really good heavy type. I loved the gym music in Sword and Shield. I don't think Pokemon Stadium counts as Gen 1 music. By definition. Then again, I don't know what it sounds like. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Damn it. I'm gonna catch some stronger ones. Trainer tips. Contact Professor Oak via PC to get your Pokedex evaluated. Oh yeah, how many is it to get the X-Ball, by the way? 40? Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Ow. 50. Oh my god. Okay. We might not go for that. We're not even in the first gym yet. I don't think we've ever given a trait evolution a negative before. I don't think we will now. Now, we will give a negative for esoteric evolution methods. That nothing whatsoever tells you how to do them. I think the sweet spot in number of Pokemon was probably somewhere around 500. Whatever Gen 5 was, to put simply. I mean, even ignoring the obvious problems with trading Pokemon, let's be clear. Even back in the day, if we were somehow magically in 1998... good freaking luck trading Pokemon. You need a Game Boy. They need a Game Boy. You both need games. You both need the ability to trade. You have something to trade. You need the trading cable. Good luck. Okay, that link cable plus knowing someone to trade with. So I've actually told this story before. The very, 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 very first time I ever traded in Pokemon was in Gen 4 with Platinum, which had the online component. You could actually connect online and trade with other people around the world. That was a game changer for me. Because there's so many Pokemon which are locked behind trades that I was never capable of using. Granted, I'm old. That might be related. Oh, that's bad. Oh my god. Okay, fine. Come here, Monobran. Oh my god. I like how the Weedle is outspeeding my Pidgey, too. Oh, I forget the term for that. It's the sacrifice play. And we're about to sacrifice Monobran. Sorry, Monobran. Yep, Gust is not flying type. So this is not super effective. I'll be honest, I didn't notice that until I switched to him. And then it's like, oh, okay. Yep, Spearow superiority. You can do it, Blue Dragon. You're dead. Okay, this is actually bad. Let's see if we can get a Leech Seed going. I don't think we can. I think it's actually immune. Oh, never mind. We're good. We're good. I apparently just had extremely bad luck there. Okay. Jeez Louise. I give. You're good at this. No, I am not. Sometimes you can find stuff on the ground. I'm looking for the stuff I dropped. I haven't seen anything. No! I was gonna laugh if that was a Pikachu. Because I have nothing right now. Leaving Viridian Forest. Have you noticed the bushes on the roadside? They can be cut down by a special Pokemon move. It's called an HM. And they gave rise to the concept of slaves. Fun fact, the entire reason I like Furret to this day is because he was a great HM slave back in the day. And so I used Furret because he's a great HM slave. And I just ended up liking Furret because Furret's adorable. And not bad in the stats territory. But mostly the adorable. Ugh, Bidoof. I am disgusted by Bidoof. When Jigglypuff sings, Pokemon get drowsy. Me too, Snore. What? Team Rocket's at Mount Moon? Huh? I'm on the phone. Scram. Oh yeah, I really wish I'd gotten the Furret plushie. Although I do have the Eevee plushie, so I'll take that. HM friend. I actually like that better. Let's switch to that. From henceforth, they are now HM friends. You can also call them the load. No, Mr. Red. But then again, I've never reviewed it. I have watched it semi-recently, though, and we weren't super impressed with it. A shady old man got me to buy this really weird fish Pokemon. It's totally weak and it cost $500. What? What a ripoff. No, I can give you our opinion very, very quickly, Mr. Red. Here it is. You ready for this? Ahem. So, Search for Spock starts off pretty decently, all things considered. It makes no sense, but at least starts off decently. And the movie kind of peaks once you successfully escape with the Excelsior in tow. As soon as they escape with the ship and then take off in light speed into warp, the movie does nothing but get worse from that point onwards. Check out the museum. Aren't those fossils from Mount Moon amazing? I guess. You're a trainer, right? Brock's looking for new challengers. Follow me! You okay there, buddy? You're jittering a little bit. Yeah, search for Spock. Clefairy. Oh my god. If you have the right stuff, go take on Brock. So, I mentioned how there were 3 Pokemon I remember from Gen 1. I will be completely honest with you. Where did he go? There's nothing but walls over here. I remember... So I didn't know about the Gyarados thing. I had just been doing this thing where I would level every Pokemon I got because I wanted to see what new evolutions they were. Because that was part of the appeal for me. So I was just leveling my Magikarp, but all of a sudden it turns into this giant fish monster from hell, and I'm like, oh my god. There is one good scene after the escape from Earth Space Dock, in my opinion, Mr. Red. Can you guess what it is? It's Grim and Clefairies came from the moon. They appeared after Moonstone fell on Mount Moon. Moon, 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 moon. No, I can't say without spoiling, but it's the scene where Kirk is on the bridge and reacts to news. I'm saying that extremely vaguely, but that scene is actually powerful, and almost entirely because Shatner actually put some acting into it. Our Pokemon's an outsider, so it's hard to handle. An outsider's a Pokemon you get in a trade. It grows fast, but may ignore an unskilled trainer in battle. Only we had some badges. Right before that, actually, Mr. Red, but yeah. Shatner can act. I've seen it happen many times. It's wild. Because he's actually a really good actor when he tries. The catch is getting him to. Several directors have talked about how Shatner's hard to work with because he tends to not try. He is quite literally a lazy actor. But if a director actually gets through to him and manages to get him to put his chops in, he is actually a good actor. Well, let's try Brock. Hiya! I can tell you have what it takes to become a Pokemon champ. I'm no trainer, but I can tell you how to win. Let me take you to the top. Alright, let's get happening. First Pokemon out in a match is at the top of the Pokemon list. By changing the order of Pokemon, matches can be made easier. Has anyone beaten this gym? This asshole named Arsh beat the place. Stop right there, kid. You're still light years from facing Brock. Ignore the fact that I'm apparently like 15 years old. The point is, Dragon Rage is a crap ability. By the way, do you notice we don't even have a grass move yet? We're level 11. We don't have a type. We don't have a stab. Although, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if stab even exists in Gen 1. Onyx is pretty bad, yeah. It's not explained. Why would we explain basic gameplay mechanics? Steelix is unironically among my favorites, although I'm biased because I love Steel type, and I always have. I'll never forget the first time I ever fought a Steelix, or saw a Steelix, which was the first time I fought one, which was Gen 2. And yeah, I got my face shoved in. It wasn't even close. So we're about to show what happens when we die. Oh, this is great, Revolution. I do like Aggron. I like a lot of steel types. I have not played ZA. I haven't even touched it. When would I have time to? I'm trying to think if there's like a specific steel type that'd be my favorite, because I like a lot of steel types. Hang on. Let's see. Let's see. Aggron, Clink, Ultimate. Well, Steelix is awesome, obviously. Oh, excuse me. Ah. I got a lot of leeway. We got far with our Mawile. You remember that? That was, I believe, our Gen 6 run with X and Y. Mawile was Steel Fairy and was just kind of awesome. Aggron, already mentioned. Metagross is fantastic. I like all of the Hone Edge, Double Edge, Aegislash, etc. Goodra! Never forget Goodra. Goodra is Steel Dragon and is awesome. I also like Duraludon. This is going to be really funny. And win. You just lost to a Kakuna. Light years isn't time, it measures distance! So I gotta go hit the gym, or the thing. Because I just lost my entire team. Let's see, Duraludon was cool, and then I'm into Pokemon I don't recognize. So let's look at the secondary types. Magnemite, no. Fortress, no. Skizor is awesome, obviously. A lot of people like Lucario. I've never been a Lucario person. Nothing against it, that's not my thing. Let's see. Is that it? I guess that's it. Alright, whatever. Corvidine's alright, and Empoleon's fine. Most starter types, third evolution is fine. Except Charizard. Charizard's total crap, obviously. Oh, is that it? Oh, shoot. Well, sure. Let's try this. This is not going to go well. I'm Brock. I'm Pewter's gym leader, and I love the ladies. I believe in rock-hard defense and determination. That's how my Pokemon are all rock-type. Still want to challenge me? Fine then. Show me your best. Boss music. Oh my god, Geodude looks so stupid. This is gonna go really badly. Let's just get that out there. Oof. Oh. Honestly, let's just growl. It's probably a better use of my time. I have several plans for it, Sub-Zero. The first is apparently I need to tank my own economy in order to make lumber and masonry cheaper, so that it's easier for me to build stuff. Oh, he got a crit off. Crits bypass most things. So even if, like, you have a lot of defense up, a crit will just cut right through all of that. I'm also not sure if we'll play as the Ottomans. The Ottomans actually were still a good start. I think that was a good tutorial-y thing. But there's so many other places I want to play as. I will probably play as the Ottomans again. Just to, like, you know, figure out how the game works. But I'm still not there, obviously. Now imagine if we were doing this with Charmander. Yes, Morganite. Shield is just more interesting than Sword to me. So now we're going to do this for a while. No, I just think shields are better than swords, like, in real life. That's all. The end. Vine Whip! Woo! Just in time. And just like that, we had defeated Brock with a Kakuna. Technically. I took you for granted. As proof of your victory, here's the Boulder Badge. That's an official Pokemon League badge. Its bearer's Pokemon become more powerful. The technique Flash can now be used any time. Here's some money. Wait, take this with you. A TM can... It's, yeah, I know what a TM is. A TM is only good once, because screw you. That is Bide. Your Pokemon will absorb damage in battle, then pay it back double. There are all kinds of trainers in the world. You appear to be very gifted as a Pokemon trainer. Do I? I bullcrapped you. Just as I thought, your Pokemon chant material. Am I? These people are glazing me a bit, I think. I'm not sure, Jolix Brown. Kind of depends. Itemization is absolutely something that could apply here. I think it was you guys, Talia. So I blame you. Psst, do you know what I'm doing? No. Bring Repel to keep Pokemon out of my garden. Pewter City, a stone gray city. Doesn't work that way, Chill Pangolin, but we'll see if we get one. Oh god, I was there for Twitch Plays Pokemon. Not all of it, of course, that would be insane. I was there when they were going through the Elite Four, the second time, I want to say. Yeah, I hope you like the inventory being one giant pile of nonsense. The only thing they fear is Pikachu. You looked at me, didn't you? No. No, no! Vine Whip! Well, let's see how this works out. I mean, we're just gonna stat this, I think. I think you're on crack, Revolution. I didn't see any Kakuna using Absorb. Am I more forgiving of flaws in older and first game entries because norms aren't established yet? No. Games, there are technical limitation exceptions we tend to give, but if a game does something bad, a game does something bad. That's been our approach for pretty much the entire time we've done our review series. I'm not going to put on the kitty gloves just because the game came out in 1985. You know what I mean? Yeah, the single save slot is a technical limitation, which I will not actually give a -4. That's about it. That's the limit right there. Hi, Daniel Volker. I would say better so far, Blue Dragon XE. Enemy variety. So that is actually something that counts for a game like a Pokemon game. So far we haven't seen any. Please stop sand attacking me. Oh my god. Quit staring if you don't want to fight. I'm sorry, God! You're mean. 84 years later. Okay, we're done being sand attacked. Excadrill? I don't even know who that is. So I'm gonna go no. No, I'm pretty sure I've reviewed games with less story than this. I'd have to look, though. I guess that shows me. I actually like Gen 5 quite a bit, but I tend to not remember the Gen 5s. Except, that's not true. I tend to not remember the ones except for the ones I remember, which I know sounds redundant, but you know what I mean, right? The ones that stuck with me, stuck with me. The rest are just whatever. Alright. I think you can beat a Caterpie. Let's try it. Chandelure is fantastic, and is actually one of my favorites, even to this day. I also had a Victini, because I was actually part of that event. Goodbye. Or not. Yes, Morganite. Although the simplest answer is they hired a composer to make music. That's not true. I don't actually know why. Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Jelly Sprout. I don't know, though. That's the real answer, Morganite. The next game just has better music. It might be the fact that, you know, when this game was being developed, this is being developed when the Game Boy was brand new, and when Gen 2 was being developed, the Game Boy was on its way out the door. And they were mostly developing Gen 2 with the Game Boy Color in mind. As you can see, I've given up on Beedrill for the moment. Yeah. Let's just do this. Let's just do this. Let's just do this. This is the all the eggs in one basket strategy. Not a good strategy, but it's kind of the only one I have. Other kinds of Pokemon than those found in the forest. What? There's Pokemon outside of the forest? If you had to get objective for a second, I think one of the biggest mistakes that Gen 1's music makes is that it's too high-pitched. Now, there's reasons why they did that. In fact, most early Game Boy games had very high-pitched music. It's because you're not designed to be hearing it like this, right? You're designed to have it over here while out in the field or out wherever, out and about, listening to it while, other noise is getting in the way. So the high pitch makes it more audible. But they realized pretty quickly that that was a bad move. So almost all of the Game Boy games, like 1 or 2 generations in, stopped doing the high pitch thing, including Gen 2 of Pokemon. I like shorts. They're comfy and easy to wear. I mean, the sound font is mostly the same. Here, give me a second. I was pulling this up earlier. And it failed at Italia. That's the best part. That's interesting. There's literally more detail in the Gen 2 waveforms. That's actually pretty subtle, though. Uh-oh. Die, monster. Yeah, our Gen 1 sprite's amazing. You know what's funny is I keep talking up Gen 2. I bet you Gen 2 wouldn't score super well either when he gets down to it. Might be net positive. You storing your Pokemon on PC? Each box can hold 20 Pokemon. Yeah, the leveling curve in Gen 2 is not good. One of the reasons they added that refight mechanic, which was a terrible implementation of the refight mechanic. Oh my god, really, Maverick? Yeah. I actually distinctly remember hitting the Gen 1 region in Gen 2. And then just running into a wall of difficulty. And then there's the final boss, which is stupid. Yeah, the champ fight is a legitimately unfair fight, but the really big problem with it is the fact that it is so high level in a game where there's not a lot of experience to go around. If you're not ready, if you're not prepping to get to that level, like, pretty much the entire game, from the Elite Four onwards, you're going to have a pretty bad time. Oh yeah, that's another thing. Gen 2 expected you to refight the Elite Four in order to get further. Yeah, you love this Bulbasaur from behind. Is that supposed to be like the corner of his eye? His bulbous eye? I'm just gonna keep feeding experience into the Bulbasaur. Oh god, Charmeleon from behind, yeah. That's another thing. Tyranitar is actually an awesome Pokemon, but you get it incredibly late in the game, and it takes absolutely forever to level. It's pretty much the definition of late character syndrome. I've never, to this day, actually used a Tyranitar to good effect, because where would I use it? Right, like, what's the option there? Oh yeah, I was so excited about getting a Misdreavus because I've always liked the ghost type. Haunter used to be a mainstay of mine. But why not Gengar? If you were paying attention, the first time I ever had access to trading was in Gen 4. So I have never watched The Good Place. Lies are sometimes necessary, but can still be a bad thing regardless of how necessary they are. I didn't promise the girl I would always be together because I don't like breaking promises. That's different than lying. Now, granted, I don't enjoy lying, but promises, you're supposed to keep a promise. So I don't make a promise unless I know I can keep a promise. Oh my god! This is it. Oh my god, it looks so bad. But now he looks badass. Except from behind. Pokemon box, the PC gets full, just switch to another box. Yeah, we should probably go ahead and mention the negatives for that right now. Yes, his ass be bad, yo. Yeah, don't get out of low health. Beep, 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 beep. Lol, tell ya. You're dying. You're dying. You're dying. You're dying. I mean, honestly, it kind of feels like his voice acting career really started taking off, so... He might have just been busy. Too busy to do sketches. Plus, YouTube is a giant cesspool of terrible, so I don't blame him there. I mean, I'm not a YouTuber either. That look you gave me, it's so intriguing. So let's see the back sprite. If I didn't know that was an Ivysaur, I would have no idea what I'm looking at. Like, legitimately, that looks like a pile of organs. Yeah, it's a meatball. It's there's a meatball with, like, some mutant that's carrying it on its back. Oh my god. I don't know. Don't ask me. What do you mean, Kraken-san? Let's just do this. Oh, I'm well aware, Act. I tend to follow unionization things in general. I hope 2K gets absolutely slammed legally for that. They won't, but I hope they do. Because by all accounts, what they did was incredibly illegal. Even in the UK. I've thought about taking out my headphones a few times, but let's just know. Ooh, I need a run. Oh, well, I mean, the answer is because it was donated for, Kraken-san. Like, I'm pretty sure Lord Harrimont put this on the list, but when we agreed to add several games together for the Awful Block, this was one of them. That's the summary. Having said that, we have played a lot of first games recently, which is what I thought you were referencing. Does anyone else think the Nidorun's eyes look weird here? Anyways, as a consequence, one of the things I do want to do is cover the olds and the terribles. Kind of get a vibe and feel for the historically significant games in certain franchises, and kind of scooch forward from there. Hey, speaking of... Alright, Mook. Yeah! You're actually a terrible Pokemon, but you look cool. Avoid fights by not letting people see you. Still doesn't know any moves. At all. Yeah, we did Ultima 1 earlier. We've covered Metroid 1, we've covered Mario 1, we've covered Zelda 1. Someday we'll cover other ones. We covered Civilization 1 recently. Like, I don't want to cover Civilization 5 until we cover Civilization 1, you know what I mean? Daggerfall, yep. Because I'm not going far back. Like, Arena's too much. I can't do it. Yeah, granted, I've kind of taken my time, but hopefully we won't be spending too much time here. Well, Civ 2 would be after Civ 1, Talia. That's how that works. Advice for Final Fantasy Tactics. Monks. I am dead serious. Monks are some of the best units, classes, I should say, you can have on your squad. And are almost universally useful. They can have high movement speed, they can have high jump, that is to say high vertical height, and they can hit like a truck regardless of what your equipment loadout is. Hi, Savacom. And yes, we are playing the original. I actually have the power with this to set this up as like Super Game Boy, Game Boy Color mode, or Game Boy Advance mode, but I wanted to have the... Oh my god, look at that sprite! This game came out in 1998 here in the States. Just think about that for a second. I wanted to have the real experience. What else came out? Someone help me out. What came out in 1998? So let's see. What do I think of the no level 100 Pokemon? Half-Life. Wow. Just wow. Arena. Was StarCraft 98? Jesus Christ. I mean, I know this is after FF7. This is why I'm asking. I don't know. I know 94, because 94 is the best year in gaming. Look at it. Oh my god, look at it. Oh god, the US Godzilla movie. A movie so bad they went out of their way to emphasize that it wasn't canon, and that it wasn't Godzilla. No, it was canon, excuse me, but it wasn't Godzilla in the follow-up Japanese Godzilla movie. I'm dead serious by that, for those who are not aware of it. There's actually a line in one of the Japanese Godzillas that follows up where they're like, oh my god, is it the American creature? It's like, what? No, that's not Godzilla, that's something else. Oh, okay. Like, they've really hated that. No, yeah, no, they had to diss it. They had to get out there and just diss it. I like the follow you around concept. Trained Pokemon are stronger than wild ones. Are they, though? So... it's 11 minutes, Dr. Winter. I still only know one move. Dang it. Oh, 1 minute. Oh, it's actually even further down. I don't know, Elizar. I have no opinion on it. I have no opinion on it. The reason they added that concept in was so that if your friend couldn't trade you a level bajillion Pokemon, and then you could use it to cheat, and they wanted to prevent you from cheating. Also doesn't work completely as described. But I'm not joking. I don't have an opinion of it. Yes, Act. What was your question? I completely missed it. Jigglypuff. Jigglypuff. I will do as you command, Jigglypuff. Yes, I'll bury the bodies for you. Whatever you ask. God, were EVs even in Gen 1? I mean, they had to have been, right? Because vitamins and stuff exist. But then again, those have changed how they work over the generations, too. Oh, right, Act. I hope he dies. And 4 is at the foot of Mount Moon. Speaking of... I'm sorry, if I don't count as woke, I'm clearly doing something wrong here. That tunnel from Cerulean takes a lot out of you. Ouch, I tripped over a rocky Pokemon. Geodude. Welcome to our Pokemon. I mean, I've said for actual years at this point they need to stop adding new Pokemon. Exactly, Savacom. Droid rights. Rise up, furniture. It's 6 Pokeballs I got in my belt. At most, you can carry 6 Pokemon. Team Rocket attacks Cerulean citizens. Team Rocket's always in the news. Hello there. I got a deal just for you. I'll let you have a sweet Magikarp for $500. Sure, that sounds fine. Let's do that. Would anyone like to be our Magikarp? Oh my god, look at its sprite. And that will be Wolverale. A very appropriate name for a Magikarp. Don't give refunds. I would say neither, given a choice, Jelix Brown. If you have too many Pokemon, you should store them via PC. I admittedly do not like Gyarados' good design, but I just don't like that kind of... I forget what that's called. It's a particular style of Asian drawing, right? With, like, they do circles a lot, you know? Like, so the whiskers come out and do that spiral thing. And, like, the hair does the spiral thing, and you get it. I mean, yeah, it's a Chinese dragon, but you get the idea. There's an art style, which I can't think of the name of. Hey, look, it's the best Pokemon of the game. Whoa, okay. Oh, God. What's that terrible, terrible bad Pokemon in later gens? I don't want to be a Golbat. I mean, a Zubat. That might level to Golbat. So, internal system error is not going to fit. It's true, Dr. Winter. Zubat is cute. Golbat, not so much. Yeah, at this point, every Pokemon we have that isn't our starter is just going to be leveled by swapping. All of them. Oh, we're full, too. Like, even our freaking Beedrill has no abilities still. In fact, when do they get abilities? Hang on. Let's look this up really quick here. When do you get abilities? Okay. Abilities. Here we go. Gen 1, specifically. At 12? That can't be right. Hang on. No, yeah. At 12, we get Fury Attack. Whoa! And then at 20, we get Twineedle. And then at 30, we get Pin Missile. And that's it. That's the list. Wow. That is so terrible. We might actually have to shelve our Beedrill. That's just yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Let's commit to that. I know, right, Velton? Hey, it's someone's PC. Fury Attack is a move. Sorry, Mook. I just... Yeah, sorry. So, who should we level? We can just level our Magikarp, our Rattata, our Pidgey, or our... Zubat. That took me a second. Because that icon... That freaking icon. I'm like, who the hell is that? Who have we captured that has, like, the dinosaur icon? It's a freaking Zubat. Oh my god. Okay. Raticate is pretty good, especially in this one. I think we'll go ahead and start on Raticate. We might get a Clefairy. Or a Clefairy, if you prefer. Or a Zubat. Well, in the next town, we'll get our main, so that'll be nice. Seriously, we are going to get our main Pokemon in the next town. And it's going to be a colossal pain to level, because it's going to be an Abra. It'll be a pain to even catch, actually. Yeah, Kadabra is our actual main, to be very technical about that. Abra's worthless. Kadabra's going to carry us through most of the game. True, Legival. I feel like the Farfetch'd Trader's in Gen 2. Yeah, I imagine there's going to be at least a little bit competition for the Abra. I'm almost tempted to make it a quiz. It's the third me, Talia. Whoever the third one is in my... This is just murdering me. In my chat gets it. Level 4. Do I have any potions right now? Nope. We could do the guessing number game. That's actually not a bad idea. Water gun. Okay. Since we'll probably have some competition for it, we'll go with 1 to 100. You've got this, Wolverine. I think those Pokemon players are pure evil. And it makes perfect sense, and I'm with them. Well, that's... okay. Oh, they're literally one tile away from leaving. Golem's another Pokemon I almost never got to use. His trading. Oh yeah, Splash totally just wrecks the enemy team. It's weird. I'm waiting for my friends to find me here. Wah! Oh man, trading an Abra for a Mr. Mime. Some of the trades are hilariously downgrady. I'm sure there's cheats. I wouldn't know. I haven't even looked into it. But we probably could if we really wanted to. Leech Seed. Very rare fossils. Ooh, I like fossils. I mean, we gotta get Mew, right? Everybody likes Mew. Can't Mew learn every ability in this game? Or am I misremembering? We have Saberfoif. I'll be right back. Red's just sitting there thinking, do I really want to go back to this stupid cave? I must. Oh, good, Sub-Zero. I was actually going to ask you about that because someone else tested it and it worked just fine. Absolutely, Kitten Fan. 100%. Our Rattata can almost take the... In fact, I bet you Rattata could actually start taking the Zubats. Let's find out. Yep. That's pathetic. Poor Zubats. They're so bad. Oh yeah, so let me explain the negative to low health Beetleeps. Any questions? Sure, Bladeable. I do hope you can enjoy the VODs, Nitrius. That's why I put them up there. I'll put them towards Fell, Seal, Arbiter's Mark, FF1, and Shining Force. Thank you, as always, Nitrius. Speaking of... Negative to Yoshi Drums. I mean... I was just about to write something down. Yeah, you don't really lose much by playing early Pokemon games. Later Pokemon games tend to get really interesting. I do have the program to set up a Twitch Plays if I really wanted to. I'm not sure you really want to do that, though. I love their pose. I'm on my knees. Because I don't know why, but I am. Yeah, oh god, oh god. Oh god, 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 okay, we're okay, we're okay. It's okay, they're not steel type yet. Don't think about that too much. You're dying, you're dying, you're dying. Ooh, quick attack. You're dying, 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 you're dying. Okay, we're good. We actually do, Lord Hermon. It doesn't change the score at all, but it is a tag we can give these games. And we have several times, because we've covered a lot of older games at this point. Yeah, these back sprites are joy. Pika, 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 Pika. I get it, I'm low on health. Pika. Pika. But yes, this game is getting the first game tag, which once again does not change the score, but is relevant. I don't even know what the badge boost glitch is off the top of my head. Go through this cave to get to Cerulean City. And then get your true main. Ditch that lowly little Ivysaur. And bring a real powerhouse. A Rattata that's on the verge of death. That's true, Friscoborn. And as you know, by pulling it technically, you're automatically wrong. So if you type !next, or you just check the website and look at the upcoming page, then that's the upcoming lists. Having said that, this is the last game of the Awful Block. Despite what some people might say, I sincerely doubt Pokemon Violet is going to be an awful game. Shocking. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Yes, playable. We did it! I can make the audio worse. Ready for this? Ready for this? Like I said, I can make it worse. I have the power. I have no real opinion walking into Violet. We'll obviously give some negatives at the front because of launch. Because I have seen that game played on launch. In person, that is to say. Zubat is tough, but it can be useful if you catch one. And it? Zubat kind of sucks. Last night, saw a comment about 1 in the morning. Alright, hang on, I'm just curious of something. I mean, we're officially higher level than the Zubats here. God. Blue Dragon EXE is like, I got this. I don't remember Savicom. I didn't really pay attention to that. It was probably random. He donates Somerset pretty frequently. Yeah, he earned that level. 3 health. He's like, nah, I got you, fam. I got you. Well, no, it took me until 1 in the morning to finish all the paperwork. That's why. The other thing that got funded was the Patch Trail stream for FF14, which isn't happening until like April. But it's funded. Good morning, Dark Day. At least I don't have to use Flash in this cave. I mean, God. I'm talking about the worst HM. The other HMs at least have some use, but Flash? Frickin' Flash? Oh, that sounds like hell, Monobrat. Okay, so we might actually manage to get a Geodude this time. Oof, okay, maybe not. Let's bring you out. Now, I've known a few people who are anti-Pokemon. They're Nazis! No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Sorry. I shouldn't joke about that. I don't know. I remember one of my playthroughs. It was one of the remakes. I forget which, though. I got pretty good use out of Raveler, I want to say, who I used as a heavy. Well, that's a good point. That should be a second negative Nithrius. I didn't even think about that. You're absolutely right. Let's see. Because in this specific version, you cannot unlearn an HM. They fixed that later. Would anyone like to be our Graveler? Because I will probably level this one. And that will be Vault in the Ryu. Will that fit? Oh. It will. Okay. Probably after Kitten Fan. That's what we usually do. Look, I leveled Beedrill, Lord Hirama. What do you want from me? It's just Beedrill stopped being worth the experience, especially in a game where there's an extremely finite amount of experience in the game. See? Ooh, Void Train is available. Wait, what? I thought Void Train was already out. What? Hang on one second, please. Oh, wow, no, Void Train did just leave early access. Holy crap. I wonder if it's worth a damn. There is nothing wrong with liking something because it's cute. I happen to like Pokemon because I actually really enjoy the core loop. Yes, that's the one, Dakota. You know, the general idea of having your team and strategizing and setting up your mons and using your favorites and all of that is something I enjoy and always have. Yeah, the team building. It's like building a deck in Magic the Gathering. Or setting up your character in Guild Wars 1. Or setting up your class in World of Warcraft. Like I tend to enjoy build gameplay, and it's kind of the meat of a Pokemon game, is the build gameplay. Meanwhile, Blue Dragon EXE is like, nah, I got this. I got this, fam. And yeah, it's fun to collect. It's fun to fill out the decks. I have done multiple, like, 100% runs. Let me walk that sentence back. I've done multiple fill out the decks runs across the generations over the years. 100%ing would be a bit more. Whoops, wrong way, wrong way. Yeah. I don't know what to add to that. And that is something that's true even in the original Pokemon. So even Gen 1 will get those positives, because it is still good core gameplay. It's just surrounded by a lot of... Hey! So I usually used Kung Fu Lady, Elderly Dude, because he was really good on the buffs. Us, of course, because I had to. And I want to say the taller of the sisters. I think that was my setup. Exactly Sub-Zero. Something I had access to from Gen 4 and onwards, because I had access to the online trading. Hell, some of you remember when we were playing several of the games on camera, like on the Switch, you know? We would trade with other players who were watching just to fill out each other's decks. Like, I would be like, hey, does anybody need a such and such? And someone would be like, hey, I need a such and such. And I just trade it out. That is insane, Kitten Fan. And yeah, I even know the video you're talking about because that was GamerChan who did that. I think we're going to keep pushing on Rattata for right now. Sean's doing fine. I think I'm actually going to bench the Magikarp for right now. Just for right now. Oh god, which one of these is the Magikarp? Wolverine. Okay, okay. It's just, there's nothing to indicate it. I'm so used to seeing the icons and being like, oh, it's this one. Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine leveling a Magikarp in Pokemon Go. It's way bigger here than I thought. I should mention, I've actually never done the missing no glitch. Wow, an Oddish. Can you take an Oddish? No. As a curiosity would require going back to Gen 1, and frankly, this is probably like the third time I have ever played Gen 1 again. Or, I don't know why I said again. Third time I've ever played Gen 1, period. Like, there's the original run, which I wasn't big on. And then I did a second run where I, when was that second run? It was after Gen 2. I think it was actually after Gen 3. And I went back to actually because the first time I ever played Gen 1, I didn't finish it because I just didn't like it. I wasn't into it. As I've said many times, I didn't get into the series until Gen 2. When Gold and Silver came out, I was right on that. I happened to work in a place that sold video games at the time. And so I, like, got it day of, right? Reserved one of our copies for myself. Back. And yeah, I played Gen 2. I love Gen 2. Played Gen 3 and I love Gen 3. And I was like, you know what? I should go back and finish Gen 1. It was rough. It was rough. But I did it. And that's it. That's the second playthrough. So you are looking at my third playthrough of Gen 1. And yeah, the remakes, the various remakes don't count. I have played Leaf Green 3 times, I want to say. I know I did my first ever Poison Challenge in Leaf Green, which was fun. And I know I did a fighter, was it fighting or flying? I think it was actually flying in Gen 3, in Leaf Green. And then, of course, we did Let's Go Eevee on camera, which I actually rather liked. I think it pulled the game down in several key ways, but it also did a lot right, which is really frustrating when it's, like, good and bad at the same time, you know? The prototype tag. I mean, that's what first game means. But yeah, this is This is one of the most tech demo-y games we've ever played, and we've played Overwatch. Someone asked me something, and I lost it. How would I feel if I saw a level 100 Magikarp? My first thought would be experience. Free experience. Yeah, some games are made on duct tape. Some games are duct tape. Yeah, something I've mentioned before is I don't like to give negatives for too easy, because that is a very... Put very, very simply, I would say it's actually really hard to earn a too easy negative. Because for a too easy negative to exist, it has to actively reduce the core quality of the game by such an amount that the game is demonstrably worse for it being too easy. And Pokemon Let's Go qualifies. It is way too easy. I can only think of 2 Pokemon games that had that problem. Let's Go was one of them, and the other one was actually the remake of Ruby and Sapphire on the 3DS. I came down here to show off to girls. Sorry, that's what he just said. Right, so yeah, you can't get Leaf Green or Fire Red on the Switch yet. If I'm recommending a Pokemon game on the Switch, let's see. So your options are going to be Sword and Shield, Arceus, Violet, and Legend ZA. Am I missing? Oh, and Let's Go. Am I missing any there before I give a recommendation? Diamond Pearl. So like I said, am I missing any there? Pokemon Snap isn't a Pokemon game. I mean, it's obviously you know what I mean. Yeah, exactly, Alex Brown. It's kind of frustrating. Oh, absolutely, Starscream. 100%. I actually talked about this earlier, and I know you missed it, but we wouldn't even have the Game Boy Color, or Game Boy Advance, or DS, or 3DS if not for Pokemon. That's not hyperbole. Whoa, you shocked me. Oh, you're just a kid. Oh my god, this man's going to murder me. Holy crap. Please don't murder me, sir. I swear I won't tell anybody you're down here murdering children if you don't murder me. Sorry, buddy. Gotta murder you. Okay. I accept. Anyways, of that list, what's the best Pokemon game to pick up? That's actually a really tough one. I'm going to go ahead and say that the default answer is Sword and Shield. So, Arceus has a few issues, especially performance issues, and it's pretty different from the usual. So if you're trying to see if you like Pokemon, that's a bad way to go with it. Yeah, Arceus is kind of its own thing. It's a good game. I actually really like Arceus, but it is its own thing. And its story sucks. Violet, of course, I have not played yet. We're getting there. So I can't speak to that one. Joking aside, I've actually never played the Gen 4 remakes on the Switch, so I have no idea how those are, good, bad, or in between. Let's Go is actually an enjoyable game for what it is. It is a little bit too simple, but it is still an enjoyable game. Sun and Moon is not on the Switch, and therefore does not qualify for this question. So that just leaves... yeah, Arceus does have a story, and it sucks. That's the problem. That just leaves... Sword and Shield, yeah, the one I started with. So, yeah, I would recommend Sword and Shield. 100%. There are, but I don't think any of them are Pokemon vulgarity. Don't quote me on that. You know what? I got my Switch right here for when we're playing Violet later. Let's find out. Apparently I had to download something for Legends ZA. Okay, Pokemon. Or that is to say, Game Boy. So Pokemon, the trading card game, is on the Game Boy, so that's not useful. Let's try GBA. Surely there'll be something for the GBA. Yeah, Mario and Luigi 1. And Fire Emblem 7. Nothing. Oh wait, they have Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Red Rescue Team. That's it for the GBA. Jeez. Yeah, that's pretty much the list. So no would be the answer then. So differences in the specific color of a game. So until I want to say Gen 5. Not sure exactly when they started doing it. The only difference was that there were different Pokemon. From whatever they started doing it onwards, there started being more substantial changes. Usually a gym was different, or a character was different, or even plot events would be different. I'm pretty sure it's Gen 5, because like the extra era... What is this? 3%? 1%? Like this is the first room, so I think this is actually a 1% chance. What's really a shame is like we're probably not going to use it. Then again, a Clefable is actually a hell of a heavy hitter. Like you can do a lot with a Clefable. No, it does, when all you have is regular Pokeballs, Mook. Good job, Blue Dragon. Yeah, it even dropped my attack, which in this one case was actually a good thing. Can I explain what happened in D&T terms? Sure. Okay. I was on the verge of gaining a new shiny +2 weapons, and then instead I accidentally threw it into the lava. With an extremely rare chance. There's like a 1% chance of even seeing the weapon. And then I had... I don't know what my crit chance is on a Rattata. Not a very high crit chance on my Rattata. And yeah, crits ignore Lord stats. That's why I felt safe pushing it a bit more. Well, anyways, Blue Dragon EXE did just donate. So let's write that down. Towards... Oh, it says right here, please kill the next Clefairy you see with me. You got it. Little Hearts, Mega Man Battle Network, and Pokemon ZA. Yeah, every donation turns into a critical hit. Done. So hey, our very, very, very first Team Rocket. Little kids should leave grown-ups alone. Or I am a member of the Yakuza. I mean, we're totally not inspired by the Yakuza. I think so, Lord Herma? Okay, so Blue Dragon is dead. Yes, I heard about Blue's Eradicate dying and blah, blah, blah. This might be a death. This might be... That'd be a weird thought. Can someone check? Is Dragon Quest 1 and or 2? I swear they're on the list. Can someone check that, please, though? Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 should all be on the list. No, I did not, Elizar. Okay. So, we're dead. That was a tackle. Okay, if you say 3 is not on the list, then something's wrong. Hang on. I might have moved them off into my list. Because there's no way they're not there. Anyways, yeah, this is going to be a white. I've sort of accepted that. Oh yeah, my Geodude has got this. My Geodude who has Tackle has got this. Literally 1 damage. It's not very effective. Thud. Alright, Monobrent. My level 4 Pidgey. This is it. So this is what happens when you game over in this game. So you go back to the last Poké Center you're at. And like, that's actually... I think you also lose half your money, I want to say. Yeah. Which sucks more than it sounds like, because remember, there's a relatively finite amount of money in this game. Yeah. This game was... I think I mentioned this earlier. In fact, I did. This game was heavily inspired by Dragon Quest, and it shows. Yep, they're there. Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3. All are already... So, they fell into dead fruit. Nobody donated towards them for 272 days. But, they're there. Yeah, it is actually relatively possible to softlock yourself if you spiral too hard in this game. And unfortunately, normally I'm in favor of that kind of penalty for failure. Breath of Fire 1 played with that as well. The problem is, again, that finite money thing. Stuff gets pretty expensive in this game, and it is half your freaking money. And there's no way to bypass that. Like, you can't buy gold, right? You can't buy gems, and there's no bank. You just lose your cash. The end. Sucks to be you. Yeah, cash is as a finite thing, just like experience is. Speaking of. Okay. I don't remember if it fully heals our abilities, so we're just going to do this really quick. Absolutely Starscream. Especially since there's very little you can do about it. In a game that encourages you to have tons of those. Like, in a game about leveling different Pokemon and trying out different things, finiting the amount of good experience in the game is a really dumb decision. You could check yourself, like, already. I don't actually know off the top of my head. That's true. Once you've beaten the game, you can have infinite money and experience. Really? Exactly, Lord Harriman. And wild Pokemon give half the experience of a regular Pokemon. I think it's not actually literally half, but it's a substantial reduction in experience. Anyone want to be a Paris? Burrows to suck tree roots. The mushrooms on its back grow by drawing nutrients from the bug host. Alright, it's time for Lord Harriman, but I don't think it's going to fit, so we're going to make you just... L... Aeromont... That's not going to fit. Aeromont... Oh, come on. Okay, so... Most Pokemon games have never come out on console, Starscream. To this very day. In fact, to my knowledge, Gen 1... Did Gen 1 even come out on the 3DS eStore? When that existed? Okay. Of course, that's still the 3DS and still handhold. But yeah, to my knowledge, the Switch is the first time they moved... Well, that's not true. The Switch is the first time the mainline games moved off of handheld. I don't really know why. And yes, I think Pokemon... Nintendo dropped the ball. Nintendo is, let's be as nice as this about this as we possibly can, extremely stupid and lazy when it comes to the Pokemon franchise. Speaking of someone who actually still likes their games even to this very day, and I still think Sword and Shield is one of their best games, it doesn't change the fact that they're lazy and stupid. They could be doing so much more and so much better, and they aren't. We, Team Rocket, are Pokemon gangsters. Oh no. Sandshrew? I thought you were only allowed to have Rattatas and Zubats. I could, Czar. I won't, but I could. Yeah, I noticed Giga actually remembered to put her monthly allocation towards something. I was shocked. Do I care about lack of voice acting? No. I'm not going to give Final Fantasy VI a negative for lack of voice acting, any more than I'm going to give Pokemon Legends ZA a negative for lack of voice acting. Let's see. So that's Hyrule Warriors 2? Which one's Age of Calamity? And then Pokemon Legends ZA. Okay, Hyrule 2. Thank you. And Guild Wars 2 something something. I don't remember the name of the expansion. Yeah. Remember, the Patreon funding post is live as of, like, yesterday, I want to say. No, Dr. Winter. Pokemon has always been a bestseller. Pokemon has literally been a console mover. I guess handheld mover, but same difference in this case. Again, the only reason the handheld division kept going was because of Pokemon. Not a joke. Yeah, Gen 5 selling so badly always bothered me, because Gen 5 was one of the more interesting ones. Like, they did some cool, interesting, fun stuff in Gen 5. Well, we're confused. We're going to try one attack. Blue Dragon, don't kill yourself. Okay, good, 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 good. Yes, Black and White 2... And I guess that's all. Darn it all, my associates won't stand for this. But you lost, dude. Yeah, as of right now, Black is... because we reviewed Black 1. It's one of the highest rating JRPGs we've ever covered. It's like, it's a good frickin' game. Reminds me of an old joke. When you're a kid, you could just be like, hey, let's play Pokemon. And everyone's like, yeah, Pokemon. Then you get older and you're like, let's play Pokemon. And everyone's like, no, Pokemon's lame and dumb. Why would you play a baby game like that? Then you get even older and they say, hey, let's play Pokemon. And everyone's like, yeah, let's play Pokemon. And yes, I stole that joke unabashedly from Awkward Zombie. But it is true. Hey, Random. Did you see what games we're playing next, Random? Yeah, when you actually grow up, as in when you get old enough to become comfortable with yourself, that's when you are, and this is important, comfortable with yourself, with whatever it is you actually like. Oh god, last night the queue time was only like 10 minutes, but still, it was just 10 minutes of standing there, with several other players also standing around waiting, Maverick. It was very strange. I think the queue system's actually borked for it. I think Gen 1 has good world building in terms of geographical layout and design. I'll think about it. Yeah, exactly, Maverick. I have no idea why it's being so weird. So I don't understand that question, me man me. We haven't used the name Arcean Gaia for literally over 10 years. Like, if you're asking if I applied to Twitch to change the channel from Arcean Gaia to the Lore Runner, the answer is no. Because that feature did not exist back then. So this is a separate and distinct channel. But if I'm not mistaken, the original channel's still there. And should be pointing towards this channel if I set it up right. I like how Blue Dragon is just kind of starting to become my sweeper. Earlier Rattata is actually pretty solid. Yeah, a lot of people asked why we changed the name from Arshingai, and the answer is that it was a terrible name for branding purposes. Nobody could spell it. Nobody could pronounce it. This is not a joke. I actually had people who would find me a second time because they would watch one of my videos, you know, just randomly, and then they'd go trying to find my channel again, couldn't, and then gave up, and then like months down the line would stumble into me again. It's like, oh right, that's how it was spelled. Yeah, that needed to go. We're pulling a big job here. Get lost, kid. Raichu. Sorry. And yeah, Lore Runner is pretty understandable. The problem is, thanks to Twitch being Twitch and some other related issues, it has to be the Lore Runner on Twitch, even though it's Lore Runner everywhere else. Pichu did not exist in Gen 1, Zar. Pichu was added in Gen 2. Hyperfang, there we go. Now Blue Dragon's ready to go. I mean, once we become Raticate, we're going to be even better. Ironically, our moveset is basically good to go. We have Quick Attack and we have Hyperfang. Yes, Sabacom. Someone is and has been squatting on Lore Runner for about 10 years. So you're good. If you find a fossil, give it to me and scram. It's TM1. Mega Punch. Yeah, I don't know, like, how they designed the numbers on the TMs exactly. To my knowledge, there is no logic or reason to it at all. I think Pokemon should be mature. No, I actually resist such a notion, personally. Now, that's just me, and you know I like darker stories, but in general, I also like utopian stories, which is what Pokemon is. It's nice to have a story that's just unabashedly positively inclined, which most fiction isn't. Like, there's other avenues, you know what I mean? Yeah, I don't feel like getting ganked by the cops who are corrupt. The worst thing the cops do in the Pokemon series is they're thirsty. No, not like that. Like, they're literally, they want a drink. The Lieutenant Surge, pretty cool. Oh my god. So what's my favorite gen? 8. Sword and Shield plus Arceus equals win. Well then no. Pichu would be the first, Zara. That I agree with, Horse Bruce. There's nothing wrong with actually fleshing out the gameplay axis of things, of which there's plenty to flesh out. What do you, Gen 2 might, Lord Hermon. That'd be it. I don't know which Pokemon games has Pichu. You'd have to look that up. So here's the guy who beat our ass last time. So we can lose some more money. Baby Pokemon are there for, like, the merge. Let's just be really honest about that. Now, having said that, I like the fact that there's baby Pokemon tournaments or competitions or whatever. Nice way to vary things up. But past that, no, that's all baby Pokemon are. I mean, there's a really disgusting reality about Pokemon. Ignore the giant Eevee I have over here. Pokemon games sell very well. And that's good. They are an extremely well-selling franchise. The merchandising sales dwarf the game sales by so much that the game sales are close to, I think, 3% of the total income of Pokemon as a franchise. The merchandising is bonkers big. Most people do not understand the sheer quantity of money that is made off of Pokemon merchandising. It is actually kind of disgusting. Yeah, the amount of money, they're kind of into this problem. DC Comics ran into this exact same problem once upon a time, where the stuff that wasn't the comics were making more money than the comics. So what they did was they backed away from making comics. And what happened was the merchandising went to hell because the comics, which was the source of the merchandising, stopped. People stopped being interested. It was getting less attention. They had less new suits or outfits or whatever to make. So this was a while ago. It was like 80s. But this is why they turned it back around. It was like, okay, we need to actually go back to making comics. So we have the source material for the merchandising. Yeah, exactly, Jalix Brown. And honestly, one of the biggest problems with Pokemon is they probably should go ahead and push some of that money back into the games to make them better games so they appeal to a broader audience so they could have more people who are going to buy the merchandise. It's really basic economics, to be quite frank, that they are failing at. And yeah, almost every single one of the games is supremely rushed because the merchandise is waiting on the games, and so the games are not allowed to have the time to cook that they need. You're welcome, Sub-Zero. I'm glad it's actually working. I was like, that was a thing, but it's working. We did it. Thank you very, very much, Sub-Zero. Always appreciate. Pokemon is in charge there. Nintendo has some sway, but legally, you know, the people who make the calls are the Pokemon Company. So that's going towards Europe Universalis 5, Fallout New Vegas, and Borderlands 2, I'm guessing? Also, because I was asked, one moment please. This is heavier than it looks, because it's a little bit larger than it looks. I don't know how to tell you what the actual size is. I'm literally holding it. I see. I don't know what you want from me. I don't have the ability to do special effects live on camera. I don't remember where I got this, actually. I got it for my niece for her birthday this year. His name is Foxy Ball. No guesses why that's his name. If I was... Oh, I have no idea how big any of these in my life. If I was to put this in my lap, it is possible but difficult to get my arms completely around it. To give you an idea. Oh, I don't know. Eevee Giant Plushie? There's like a name here? This isn't official. Jazz Wares is apparently the reseller. Oh no, here we go. Squishmallows. Look for Squishmallows. Okay. Yes, it's a Gigantamax Eevee. Yeah, I don't have tats. Ironically, I don't have any sleeves. Is what you thought you saw. Alright, I need you to kill this quickly, Blue Dragon EXE. Quicker than that. Good job. I suppose I'll use a potion. Just one. No, I'm not a tattoo person. There's nothing I would ever put on myself, and I'm not much of an anchor. Congrats, Lord Airmon. I know, right now it does. Favorite game-only gimmick? Mega. Yeah, the one they brought back. Mega was a really good way. Half a meter? No, that looks about right. Maybe not? I don't know, that doesn't sound right. I don't know how big that one is. No, not yet, Walker, don't worry. Words. The value of Mega was that it enabled you to not just give them new abilities, which was nice, but it could give them new types. Swapping a Pokemon's type on the fly added a new layer to an already wonderfully complex system in a way that makes it intuitive. If you turn a Steel Flying into a Steel Psychic, you understand the change, right? It doesn't have to add a whole new mechanic. It doesn't have to have a whole new thing. It's just, oh, okay, it's this now. No, I have not, Giga. And yeah, it also added stats, of course, and it changed the movesets. And it was a good way to take Pokemon that were falling behind, Beedrill, and pull them up to more usability. I wouldn't know, Noctis. Gigantamax was neat, but slow. It was more fun in a group, like with friends. Z-moves, I wasn't into Z-moves at all. Oh, and I also agree with what Zoril says in chat. The other benefit of Megas were well designed. Gigantamax were cool. But, like, kinda rare? Like, the Mega Maxing or whatever was just, here's the Pokemon but bigger, and standardize its moveset. Gigantamaxes were cool, but, like, not something you got to engage with as much as you probably should have. Honestly, I think Gigantamaxes would have worked better if the only Pokemon that could get big were ones that had Gigantamax. And that was just the default. You didn't have to go through the extra hoops to get a Gigantamax Pokemon. If it could become bigger, it was Gigantamax. The end, right? I think that would have worked better. Poisonally. Hey, stop! I found these fossils. They're both mine. Blue Dragon just crushing here. I love how you can't see their experience gain. Wow, what's falling over? Oh, okay. He's like a nerd, but even better. Oh, absolutely, Jolix Brown. I like that in Arceus, especially. When does Rattata become Raticate, by the way, in Gen 1? $16. Oh, well, I should be there then. We'll see after this battle, because I think I've just leveled. Nope. Okay, 20-ish, got it. We'll each take one. No being greedy. Weren't you just... Okay, whatever. No, I don't want Helix. Nobody wants Helix. I'll take Dome. Obviously. $24? Jesus Christ. I've never liked Ammonite, but I've also never used it seriously. I'm sure you could turn it into something good. Memes aside. Yes, Dome gets you the crab, Kabutops, which is actually somewhat useful. Both of them pale to Aerodactyl, which is just overpowered as hell in Gen 1. So, there was something I said I wanted to do before I cut off for my lunch break. But first we need to heal. Really quick. We'll go meet Misty in a minute. People here were robbed. It's obvious Team Rocket is behind this most heinous crime. Even our police force has trouble with the rockets. I think in Gen 1, Aerodactyl wasn't a glass cannon, which is kind of the point. And yeah, its crit chance is stupid. Bill has lots of Pokemon. He collects rare ones, too. Have you heard about Bill? Everyone calls him a Pokemaniac. I think people are just jealous of Bill, though. Who wouldn't want to boast about their Pokemon? Maybe Pillager Snow? I've actually never heard of that. So, I don't know. Never heard of that. That bush in front of the shop's in the way. There might be a way around. Uh-huh. You're making an encyclopedia on Pokemon? That sounds amusing. Yeah, anybody with a high speed in Gen 1 is mean. Like Kadabra. Let me double check something super quick here. Super duper ultra quick. Gen 6 had some good ones, yeah, I agree with that. Maybe Jolix Brown. We do actually have a category for post-game for positives and negatives. Depends on what they do with it, really. A game just not ending, though, by itself, Having a post-game is not the kind of thing I would say is positive-worthy. Yo, Brunner, you still struggling along back here? I'm doing great. Got a bunch of strong and smart Pokemon. Let me show you what each got. Hello, Pilgrim. What's going on? Tauros, Snorlax, and Chansey. Wow. Of course, I'm getting Sand Attack spammed immediately. Ow. Ow. Oh, hey, it's an Abra. Bye, Abra. Oh no, his Rata's dead. Let's get in some damage here before our blue dragon is inevitably destroyed by the Charmander. Okay. To be clear, I wasn't, like, setting up a joke. 2 crits in a row, and that's the end of that. Hey, take it easy, you won already! Look. Hey, guess what? I went to Bill's and got him to show me his rare Pokemon. That added a lot of pages to my Pokedex. After all, Bill's world famous as a Pokemaniac. He invented the Pokemon storage system on the PC. Since using his system, go thank him. I better get rolling. Smell you later. Yeah, Blue Dragon's like, nah, I got this. We should heal after that, though. In this game, nobody Nithrius. Some later games actually have a rival who specifically takes the one that's weak to your Pokemon. Oh, I prefer Switch, 100%. I like my free swaps, even if I have to do a couple extra inputs for it. This is Nugget Bridge. Beat us 5 and win a fabulous prize. Yeah, youngster Joey's line was always more memorable to me than the Light Years guy. Or the Shorts kid. One thing I've heard for many years is that people prefer the older approach to rivals, where they were, you know, evil or assholes or whatever. I am not one of those people. I just thought I'd share it because I always found that kind of interesting. Gen 3's rival was interesting. Then Gen 4's was just a weirdo. 5's was actually good. I like the 5 rivals. I'm also probably the only person in the world who liked the 6 rivals, too. I'm second. No, it's serious. I've been debating that not to Sexal, because, yeah, it's kind of a weird situation, right? Realistically speaking, if you play Gen 1 right now, you cannot trade. And that is just a feature of the game that is locked out for you. Yes, 6 was France. Sorry. 6's rivals were... It was a group. There was a bunch of them. That's part of what I liked about them. There was some interesting variety to them. I hated What's-His-Face from 7. And 8, actually. I imagine because it made it feel better to beat the crap out of him. Yeah, Hop. Frickin' Hop. I liked Marnie. Marnie was cool. I did my best. I have no regrets. Yeah, one of the biggest problems with a tremendous number of these types of games is that you are not a character. It's not even a hyperbole. You're not a character. You're the main character in a Dragon Quest game, right? Yeah, we are the Juggernaut. That's it. Ow, I was stomped flat. I did my best. I have no... Why do you keep saying that? I'm number 4. Getting tired. True, played Duval. Oh, I'm sorry, Lord Harriman. In a moment, Blue Dragon is going to be my highest level Pokemon. I just realized that. I would say yes, Sub-Zero, but I think it's mostly just because it's kind of the default. Honestly, if you want my opinion, I think the biggest problem is not the fact that we're the chosen one, but that there's some world-ending threat to begin with. Don't mistake me, we can have a world-ending threat every now and again. The problem is we tend to have one every single game. Hell, even Sword and Shield, the worst part of the story is when at the last dungeon, out of nowhere, it's like, oh yeah, by the way, we have a world-ending threat. Quick, go deal with that. Okay, you dealt with it. Good. Okay, back to the game. Like... I'm number 5, and I'll stomp you. There was no world-ending threat in 2. Or 1, for that matter. 3 had what the... Oh my god, look at that sprite! Oh my god, look at that sprite! Okay, yeah, Gen 3 had, like, the land and the sea thing. Gen 4 then upped it to trying to rewrite reality, which is just okay. And then Gen 5 was World Conquest. Gen 6 was, like, World Conquest or Destruction, depending on how you want to think of that. Gen 7 had Alien Invasion. Gen 8 was fine until, again, you know, Alien Invasion kind of thing, and I don't know what Gen 9 does. Team Skull was 7, I think. Sun and Moon, right? Pretty sure. Best evil team is Team Skull, although I do like Team Loud, or whatever they're called. Yell, that was it. Team Yell. I like Team Yell and I like Team Skull. But I know, you could argue they're not real teams. So what's my third pick? That's easy. Rocket. Congratulations, Pewter 5 contest trainers. You just earned a fabulous prize. A nugget. Would you like to join Team Rocket? We're a group dedicated to evil. So many jokes. So many jokes. Want to join? Are you sure? Come on, join us. I'm telling you to join. Okay, you need convincing. I'll make you an offer you can't refuse. Hey kid, you want to join the evil team? So yeah, there's a well-known exploit here where you can just lose to this guy over and over, and each time he gives you a nugget. We are not doing that. I mean, it's a Zubat and an Ekans. We'd have to really work on it. Let's see, how high up is Team Plasma? Oh, hey! Oh, yeah. Blue Dragon EXE is now a death machine. More than he already was. With your ability, you can become a top leader in Team Rocket. I'm 12. Let's see. So teams in terms of... So hang on. I already mentioned the tops, which is like Skull, Yell, and then Rocket. After that, honestly, despite their mind-bogglingly stupidity, I would still probably go with something like Aqua and Magma next. But after that, that's getting tougher. I like Flair's outfits. Does that count for something? Flair's terrible. I like their outfits, but they're a terrible team. Alright. So we're gonna do something rare. We're actually gonna... We'll get into combat, apparently. I saw your feet from the grass. But yeah, Plasma and Galactic both just kind of blur for me a bit. Oh my god, look at our back sprite. Look at our back sprite. Well, I suppose we should start spreading the experience around. Let's start working on... Let's get Monobrin some experience. It is recognizable, which is better than our frickin' Ivysaur. I hid because the people on the bridge scared me. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, we're going to do something rare. We're going to drop a save state, okay? And it's because, ultimately, I would be doing this with saves. But a save state is just going to be quicker. This isn't cheating. I'm just doing that to speed this up. So, down B. Oh. Lutris? So this is the irony of the Abra. It's so ridiculously overpowered. But its only move is teleport, and it can't not use a move. And teleport runs away from a battle. Which means that you're guaranteed to have one turn to do something before it runs. I'll be here in a minute. Yeah, getting back here is actually a pain. So we really want to do this right now. Like, there's not a lot of ifs, ands, or buts about that. We're trying to catch an Abra, who will be our main for the entire rest of the game. That's not a joke. Our Abra is going to carry. Yeah, we want a Psychic who is fast, who gets good abilities, who has good stats. Kadabra is overpowered as hell. There's no Natures or IVs in this game. There are apparently EVs in this game. Which was news to me. I didn't know they were this far back. I can't believe the luck. I haven't even seen a second one. Have you noticed that? No, Morganite. I didn't like them. I tried. Oh, Effort value, Chaluto. So something I could do, but I'm not even sure I have the setup for it, is get a Pokemon who will outspeed the Abra, who has Sleep. Yeah, but I can't have a Butterfree because I'm playing the wrong version. Paris might. What level? I'll look it up. I don't trust y'all. See, I'm getting interesting answers here. So, in Gen 1, sleep powder, 46. I mean, it's physically possible to level up to 46. Exactly, Walker. Well, okay, so this doesn't count as cheating, if this works the way I think it does. Oh, it doesn't? That's interesting. Hang on. Oh, that's wild. What's the encounter determinator? Because it's not deterministic. We're seeing different encounters. Okay. No, okay. I can work with that. Okay. I can work with this. Okay, so we're gonna save state here. Well, no, we're not. Well, yeah, we are. We are. Okay, so, and then we're just gonna do this. And then we're gonna do this for a minute. Although I noticed... So the bounces actually does indicate... Alright, so that makes me happy. Okay, so... Yeah, the bounces aren't random in Gen 1. It's actually part of the catch mechanic. So, guess a number between 1 and 100. For something like this, which is going to be our main, we're going to go ahead and use a guessing game instead of just relying on internet RNG. Also, Eleazar, 0 last I checked is not 1 to 100. Also, please stop guessing multiple times, Walker. I'm only counting your first guess. So, your guess is 27. I'm double checking here. See if anybody else got it, because one person got it on the nose. Nope, looks like only one person got it. Lord Haribont. It was 18. This is funny, because you're already a person. But I think we could, like, bend around that for this. So rather than L Haribont, we're just going to make you Haribont. That'll be our distinction. Or Lord H. kind of like Lord H better, actually. Let's do that instead. Let's do that. Yeah, Lord H kind of sounds badass, yeah. Lord H. And then we could be like, exclamation mark. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. Lord H was transferred to a PC because we're full. Whew. Okay. Now we're going to spend basically the next, like, several hours of our lives leveling an Abra who cannot do anything. But first, lunchtime. 18, Mizuno. So I'm going to go break for lunch. And I'll see you in a bit.